Dumbledore always said love was the most powerful magic in the world. He was probably right. But what happens when the boy who lived never learned what love was? When instead of the Dursleys' cupboard, Harry Potter was handed to the most dangerous human being alive? No sympathy, no warmth, just 20-hour training drills, broken bones before breakfast, and one simple lesson. The weak exist to show the strong their ceiling. Today we ask, what if Harry Potter was raised by Yujiro Hanma? Forget the boy who lived. Meet the boy who conquered.
The night Voldemort died, it rained. Not the dramatic, sky-splitting rain of myth, the kind that arrives to announce the endings of great things. This was English October rain, thin and indifferent, the sort that didn't care what it fell on. It fell on the ruined cottage at Godric's Hollow, on the rubble where the upper floor had been, on the body of James Potter cooling near the staircase, on Lily Potter's hair as she lay just inside the nursery door with her arms still open, reaching for something that had already moved beyond her reach. It fell on the infant in the crib, who was not crying. The infant should have been crying. He had a wound on his forehead that would have made any normal child scream itself raw, a livid slash that seemed to pulse faintly in the dark. And he had been alone in the cottage for 23 minutes, since the green light and the sound like the universe swallowing something it couldn't digest. But the child was not crying. He was sitting up against the side of the crib, one small fist pressed flat against the wood, and he was looking at the smoke drifting through the broken wall with an expression that, on an adult face, would have been called watchful. Yujiro Hanma had heard the explosion from 4 kilometers away. He had been in England for reasons that had nothing to do with wizards, and everything to do with a man in London who had spoken carelessly about the quality of Japanese fighters, and who Yujiro had decided deserved a personal education. That matter had been settled efficiently. He had been walking back through the countryside because he preferred it to roads. Roads were for people who needed the world arranged for them. When the concussive thud of something detonating reached him not through his ears first but through the soles of his feet, through the ground itself, which understood force in a way that air did not, he had turned his head. He had seen the faint column of displaced dust and smoke above the tree line to the east. He had changed direction without thinking about it, the way one changes direction toward a sound that might be interesting. He was not a man motivated by curiosity in the ordinary sense. He did not wonder about things the way wondering people did, with that helpless, reaching quality, that need to fill the space between themselves and the unknown. Yujiro moved toward things that might be worth looking at. The difference was important. The cottage was a ruin by the time he reached it. One wall collapsed entirely, the roof of the upper story open to the rain. He walked through the debris without caution because there was nothing in a building that could hurt him. He stepped over the man near the stairs without looking at him for long. The body's posture told him everything. Spine snapped. No defensive wounds. Death from something that came too fast to meet and climbed through the wreckage to the upper floor, where a door hung half off its hinges, and a room beyond it still smelled of something he had no word for. A smell like ozone and old copper, and the specific electrical quality of power discharged all at once. The woman near the door he looked at for longer. She had not died running. She had died facing something, arms forward, which meant she had put herself between it and whatever was behind her. He noted this as information. It told him she had loved something enough to stand in front of it with nothing but her body. He did not feel contempt for this. Contempt implied he expected better. He simply filed it, the way one files any data point about how living things arrange themselves when threatened. The crib was against the far wall, half buried under a section of collapsed ceiling, but intact. Yujiro lifted the timber with one hand and set it aside without effort. The infant looked up at him. Yujiro looked back. The child had green eyes, unusual and very clear, and a cut on his forehead that had already begun to close in a way that made no biological sense. The tissue was knitting visibly, slowly, as though something in the wound was still deciding what shape to take. He was not crying. He was not reaching up the way infants reach, that reflexive grasping at any large shape that might be apparent. He was sitting with his back against the crib slat and looking at Yujiro with an expression that was not afraid. Most things were afraid of Yujiro Hanma. Animals felt it before he entered a room. Men felt it when he walked toward them in a hallway, even if they'd never seen him before. Something in the older parts of the human brain, in the circuitry that predated language and agriculture and cities, recognized what he was and sent up a very specific signal. This is an apex predator. This is not prey like you. This is something different. Even warriors who had spent their lives in violence felt it, that atavistic awareness, that wrongness. The infant did not feel it. Or perhaps, and this thought arrived in Yujiro's mind with something that was not quite surprise, but was adjacent to it. The infant felt it and did not interpret it as danger. As though danger were a category it hadn't yet learned, or had learned and found insufficient. He looked at the child for a long time. The child looked back. Then Yujiro picked him up, tucked him under one arm like a package, and walked out of the cottage. He did not go to authorities. The idea did not occur to him as an option in the way it would not occur to a wolf to bring wounded prey to a veterinarian. There were systems in the world for handling orphaned children, bureaucracies and charities and state apparatuses, and Yujiro had no relationship with any of them except as obstacles that occasionally needed to be walked past. He had a place, several places actually, but the compound in northern Hokkaido was the most appropriate, being remote and large and far from the kind of people who would notice things and file paperwork about them. He carried the infant onto a flight. Customs at Heathrow did not stop him, because customs officials could feel what animals felt and made the same decision. Look at the clipboard, look at the floor, ask nobody anything. The child slept in the overhead compartment, which Yujiro had partially converted into a sleeping space with a folded jacket, and did not cry during the flight, which confirmed what Yujiro had tentatively noted at the cottage. He did not know what to call the child. There had been letters in the cottage, some readable through the debris, and one of them, addressed to a James Potter, had included mention of a son named Harry. Yujiro tried the name once in the airport, in a voice that was barely above a murmur, and the infant turned his head toward the sound with that same watchful, cataloging quality. So that was what the child answered to. Fine. Naming was for people who needed things to belong to them. The compound was built on a hillside facing north, away from the ocean, because Yujiro had no interest in views. It was large and functional and cold in the way that buildings are cold when no effort has been made to make them warm, not from poverty, but from indifference to the concept of warmth as a priority. There were training spaces. There was a kitchen managed by a rotation of staff who had learned to prepare food efficiently and disappear efficiently, and ask no questions about anything they saw. There was a room for the child, which Yujiro furnished once with a bed and a blanket and did not furnish further, on the principle that things people didn't have they didn't learn to depend on. The first year was, by any conventional metric, appalling. The second year was worse. The third year was the year Harry walked, on schedule, actually slightly ahead of schedule, which Yujiro noted with the satisfaction of someone whose hypothesis has been confirmed, and then was knocked over, which was how every subsequent skill began. With first contact, first impact, first understanding that the body's relationship with the ground was not shame but information. You fell. You catalogued why you fell. You stood up with that knowledge added to the architecture of yourself. Harry learned to walk by falling, by standing, by falling again. By standing again with the specific adjustment that the last fall had taught him. He learned to run by being told to keep pace, and then the pace increased, and then it increased again, until running was not a thing he did because he wanted to go somewhere but a mode of existing in the world, a way of being that required constant recalibration against external demand. He learned to eat by being given food after effort and not before it, so that hunger became information about where he was in the day's work rather than a distress signal. something to be read and responded to rationally. He learned language by being spoken to with precision. Yujiro did not baby talk. He did not soften words or inflate them with false warmth. He spoke to the child the way he spoke to anyone he was addressing directly, clearly, without decoration, with the assumption that the listener was capable of following if they paid attention. When Harry misunderstood something, Yujiro restated it differently, not with frustration, because frustration implied you expected better, but with the methodical patience of someone debugging a system. When Harry asked a question, Yujiro answered it. Not warmly, but fully, with the information the question actually required, which was, Harry came to understand much later, a form of respect that most children never receive from anyone. Love was not a word that entered the compound. Not because it was forbidden, but because it was not a concept the compound's atmosphere had any way to support, the way certain altitudes cannot support certain plants. The emotion itself, in its fullest form, required a kind of soil that had never been laid down here. What existed instead was something that Harry, as he grew old enough to develop a vocabulary for internal states, found almost more useful, a reliable structure. Yujiro would be where he said he would be. The day's demand would be what it had been described as. Pain was not a punishment, it was a consequence, and consequences were honest in a way that affection could be made to lie. When Yujiro told him something would hurt, it hurt. When Yujiro told him he had done a thing correctly, he had. The compound had no warmth, but it had absolute consistency. And Harry's nervous system settled into that consistency the way a plant settles toward the available light, growing toward the only thing that was reliably present. By age 5, Harry was running 8 kilometers in the morning before anything else happened. By age 6, he was doing it with weight on his back. By 7, the weight was enough that a grown man would have found the run difficult, and Harry found it difficult too, but had learned to map difficulty the way one maps terrain, as information about where effort was required and where the body's engineering could be trusted to handle itself. He learned to breathe under pressure, to keep his hands still when the muscles along his spine fired in protest, to find in pain not the signal to stop but the more specific signal. What kind of pain is this? Where is it originating? Is this the pain of damage or the pain of the body's limits being pressed outward and expanded? And these were entirely different things requiring entirely different responses. He did not have friends. There was no structure in his life through which friendships could form. The compound's staff existed in a separate register of his awareness, present, functional, not there for engagement. Occasionally, Yujiro brought other people to the compound, fighters mostly, professionals or semi-professionals who had heard of Yujiro or sought him out or been invited for reasons Harry was never told. And these men sometimes watched the child train with expressions Harry later understood as discomfort. As children grow, they typically develop social instincts, the ability to read rooms, to smooth over tension with performance, to make themselves acceptable to the adults around them. Harry developed something adjacent to this, but not identical to it. The ability to read rooms accurately, to identify what each person in a space was actually feeling beneath what they were performing, and then to simply note it, the way you note weather, without feeling obliged to do anything about it. He was 7 when he noticed, for the first time, that things sometimes moved when he hadn't touched them. It was a small thing initially, a cup sliding on a table when he was frustrated and had tried to close his frustration down into a manageable shape. A window opening on a still day when he'd wanted air. Yujiro, the first time Harry pointed this out, looked at the cup, looked at Harry and said, "Again," and Harry tried to reproduce it, consciously this time, and failed, and Yujiro said again 13 more times until something in Harry's frustration at failing produced the same result. The cup slid. Yujiro looked at it for a long moment and then said, "You're doing something with pressure. Identify what it is." He walked away. That was the full extent of his magical instruction. Harry spent the better part of a year trying to identify what it was. He never managed to produce it on demand with any reliability, but he noticed its conditions. It happened when emotion, usually frustration, occasionally something closer to fury, pressed hard enough against his capacity to contain it and found, instead of release, a kind of overflow that seemed to exit through his skin and move through the nearest air. He could not have explained this in any terms a trained witch or wizard would recognize. He wouldn't have tried. He filed it under the same category as his unusual rate of recovery from injury, the speed with which bruises healed and bone-deep aches resolved themselves overnight. Something in his body was built differently. He noted it, catalogued it, moved on. He was 9 the year Yujiro nearly killed him. Not from carelessness or anger. Yujiro was neither careless nor angry in his training. He was methodical, escalating, adding load the way an engineer adds load to a bridge, precisely at the threshold where failure was informative. But that year the threshold was miscalculated. Or perhaps not miscalculated, but simply located somewhere that could not have been predicted. Because the thing that happened in Harry's body when Yujiro's fist connected with his sternum at full force was not breakdown but ignition. He felt it in his spine first. A vertical heat, intense and organic, that had the quality, he would think about this for years afterward, searching for the right language of something waking up. Not from sleep, but from a deeper dormancy. The way certain seeds can wait decades in dry ground for the specific humidity that will trigger germination. He felt the muscles along his back shift, felt his posture change in a way that his posture never changed voluntarily. Something enormous and involuntary lifting through him and reorganizing his silhouette. Yujiro had stopped moving. This was the only time in Harry's life, the only time in these 9 years of absolute reliability, that Yujiro Hanma had stopped moving mid-drill and simply looked at him. The expression on his face was not surprise in the soft, human sense. It was the expression of someone whose instrument has returned an unexpected reading and who is recalibrating in real time. He looked at Harry's back. He walked around him slowly. He said nothing for a very long time. Then he said, "Hold it!" Harry tried to hold it. He held it for 4 seconds, shaking, the heat in his spine like a coal pressed against the inside of his skin, before it released, and the whatever it was subsided, and he was just a 9-year-old boy again, somewhat shorter than the situation had briefly suggested. Yujiro looked at him for another long moment. "That," he said, "is the first interesting thing you've done." Harry understood, even at 9, that this was the closest thing to praise the compound's atmosphere could produce. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry was 10 years and 11 months old, and he had been running for 2 hours already when the owl appeared, a large, tawny owl. Purposeful in the way that birds of prey are purposeful, not veering or adjusting, but coming in on a straight line as though it had been aimed, and dropped a thick envelope at his feet without ceremony and departed without waiting for acknowledgement. Harry picked it up. He turned it over. The address on the front was written in green ink and rayed, with a specificity that should have been impossible given that nobody knew he was here. Mr. H. Potter, the North Compound, Hokkaido, Japan. He brought it to Yujiro, who was in the main training space reading something and not being visibly present in the way that Yujiro was sometimes not visibly present, which meant he had already noticed the owl and was waiting to see what Harry did. Harry held out the envelope. "Someone knows where we are." Yujiro took it. "Read it." Read the entire thing, including the list of required books and supplies, with an expression that Harry could not decode, which was unusual. He had spent 10 years learning to read Yujiro's minimal expressions with some precision, and this one was outside his catalogue. Not quite contemptuous, not quite amused, something assessing. He handed it back. "A school for people who do what you do with cups." "Magic," Harry said. He'd found the word in books eventually and matched it to the cup sliding and the pressure and the overflow. "Magic." Yujiro agreed. With the particular flatness he applied to things he considered beneath serious discussion, but was willing to acknowledge existed. "Do I go?" Yujiro looked at him. In the compound's decade of operation, Yujiro had never told Harry what to do in the sense of compelling him. He had told Harry what would be done, which was a different structure, a curriculum rather than a command. And the distinction mattered enormously in how Harry understood the authority it represented. But this question he left open, left the door standing open for Harry to walk through or not walk through. "What do you think you would find there?" Yujiro asked. Harry thought about it honestly, which was the only way he knew how to think. He thought about the cup sliding and the pressure, and the decade of not being able to identify exactly what the pressure was or where its actual ceiling was. He thought about the letter's language, which referenced whole bodies of knowledge he did not have. "Information," Harry said. "About the thing I don't understand yet." Yujiro considered this. Then he said, "Go, see what passes for strength among people who use tools instead of building them." He walked away. He did not say goodbye, because goodbye implied a structure of affection around departures that the compound did not support. Harry watched him go. Then he turned back to the letter in his hands and felt something that was not quite excitement and not quite apprehension, but was the specific internal state he associated with the moment before a drill escalated. The calibration of the self before new information began arriving. He packed what he owned, which fit in a single bag. He was not sentimental about objects, because sentiment required the understanding that objects stood in for something you might lose. And the compound had never encouraged that particular category of loss, because it had never modeled the original possession. He took a change of clothes, the book he was currently reading, a text on structural mechanics that he had found in the compound library and had read 3 times, because the way it discussed the distribution of force across imperfect systems seemed to apply to something he hadn't quite identified yet. And the letter. He did not look back at the compound as he left it. Not from coldness, but because looking back implied you doubted the forward direction, and Harry's body had been trained for 11 years to find the forward direction without doubt and move into it with full commitment. The path ahead was new. New paths were where information was. He went. The scar on his forehead had been itching since the owl arrived, a faint, irregular pulse, like a half-healed wound pressing against something from the inside. Harry had noted this the way he noted everything physical, as data. He did not know yet what the data meant. He did not know about the piece of a dying soul lodged in the wound, the piece that had pressed itself into the gap when its original container had shattered against the magic his mother's death had produced. Did not know about Horcruxes or prophecies or the specific shape of the destiny that the wizarding world had been quietly arranging around him in his absence. He knew he had a scar. He knew it sometimes reacted to things. He knew his mother had died protecting him from something, and that the something had, apparently, not survived the encounter. He knew, in the way that the compound's decade of training had taught him to know the architecture of a fight without being told its specific parameters, through the body's instincts, through the reading of weight and force and the angles from which pressure arrives, that whatever had tried to kill him when he was 1 year old had not finished the job. He also knew, with the calm certainty of someone who has spent a decade pressing against the limits of what he could endure and finding those limits movable, that this was not the kind of fact that should produce fear. It was the kind of fact that should produce preparation. He was 11 years old. He was, by every metric Yujiro applied to the growth of a fighter, still building the foundation. But foundations, in Harry's understanding, were not limitations. They were the thing that determined what could eventually be built above them. He had been 10 years in construction. Somewhere, in a world he was about to enter, something that had failed to kill him once was waiting. Harry thought about this on the long flight south, thought about it with the interior stillness that Yujiro had trained into him, and that the compound's long silences had deepened into something almost meditative. Thought about it not with the bright colors of heroic narrative, but in the spare, functional vocabulary of someone assessing a future opponent. He did not have complete information. He would get more. When he had enough, he would make a decision about what to do with it. Outside the plane window, the Pacific stretched in every direction, gray and enormous and indifferent to what it was beneath. Harry watched it and thought, and felt the scar pulse once more, quiet and regular as a second heartbeat, and said nothing. Diagon Alley was, by any measure Harry had available, the strangest place he had ever been, and he had spent 11 years in a compound where a man regularly broke concrete with his bare hands before breakfast. The strangeness was not in any individual element: the moving staircases, the owls in cages, the robes, the children pointing wands at each other in the street and producing sparks from the tips in the reflexive, showing off way that children produce any new skill when surrounded by their peers. These things he could have categorized individually and filed. The strangeness was systemic, was in the entire texture of the place, which had the quality of a world that had arranged itself according to a logic Harry had not been given and was therefore reading from the outside. The way you can sometimes read a book in a language you don't speak by the shapes of the letters and the spaces between the words, and arrive at a general structure of meaning without the specific content. He stood in the middle of the alley for a moment after passing through the leaky cauldron's rear wall. The bricks had rearranged themselves at the touch of the gnarled barman's wand, and Harry had watched this with the specific attention he gave to any demonstration of mechanism, trying to identify whether the wall was moving or whether his perception of the wall was moving, and concluded it was genuinely the wall, which was interesting, and looked at the whole of it the way Yujiro had taught him to look at any new space. From the perimeter, inward, identifying exits, weight distribution, where the bottlenecks were, where the sightlines went. He had no guide. He had not sought one. He had the letter, which contained a list, and a Gringotts vault key that had been sent in a second envelope accompanying the first, apparently from a man named Dumbledore, who seemed to have anticipated Harry's need for access to money he had not known existed. He had read both letters several times on the flight, and the second one, Dumbledore's, brief and warm in a way that Harry found slightly suspicious. Warmth from strangers being a less reliable signal than most people treated it as, had contained enough information about the vault and the bank to be actionable. The goblins at Gringotts were the first things in the wizarding world that Harry actively respected. They were not impressed by him, which was unusual. Most people who saw Harry for the first time registered something: an instinctive wariness, the old animal signal that Yujiro had explained to him when he was 7. You are becoming the thing that triggers that response in others, which means you must learn to account for how it distorts your information. The goblins registered nothing. They assessed him the way accountants assess a ledger, for accuracy, for completeness, for whether the numbers corresponded to what they should. And the one who processed his vault access examined the key with quick, professional fingers and led him to the cart without ceremony or warmth, or its opposite. He emerged from Gringotts with a bag of coins he had not previously known existed and a revised understanding of his own situation. He had not known his parents had left him money. He had not, to be precise, known very much about his parents at all. Yujiro had answered his questions about them when he asked, which was rarely, providing the factual minimum. They were wizards, they were dead, something had killed them, that something had apparently failed to kill him in turn. He had not elaborated, and Harry had not pressed. You did not press Yujiro for emotional context. You accepted the information given and built what structure you could from it. The vault had been substantial. Harry looked at the coins and felt something he could not immediately name, not excitement, because excitement was a performance his body had never learned, and not grief, because grief required the prior existence of a relationship whose loss you were now experiencing, something quieter and more structural than either, a shift in the architecture of his self-understanding. He had a history. It existed somewhere in the world, in the shape of a vault and a ruined cottage and the scar on his forehead, and the world had been holding it for him without his knowledge. He filed this. He bought his books, his cauldron, his scales and telescope, and the other items on the list, and he stood in front of Ollivander's for a long time before going in. He had been told he needed a wand. He understood wands as the primary mechanism through which wizards channeled magical output, a focusing tool, a conductor, a bridge between intent and effect. He had also spent 11 years with a different relationship to his body's output than the one the letter implied was standard. The pressure he had spent a year trying to identify and then stopped trying to identify and simply lived with, it moved through him the way blood moved through him, continuously, not something he did, but something he was. He was not certain what a wand would do with that. Ollivander was an old man with eyes like pale lamps, large and fixed, who looked at Harry the way the goblins had not, with something that was not quite recognition, but was closer to recognition than anything Harry had encountered yet in this world. As though Ollivander was reading something in Harry's surface that Harry himself couldn't see. He said nothing about it. He began measuring with a tape measure that moved on its own, and Harry watched this too with his cataloging attention, and then Ollivander handed him the first wand. What happened next would have been embarrassing if Harry had been a person who experienced embarrassment as a significant event. The first wand splintered at the tip when Harry closed his hand around it. Not from pressure, his grip was moderate, calibrated, the grip he used on things he was trying not to break, but from something that seemed to travel outward from his palm through the wand's length in a single pulse. And the wood at the far end could not contain whatever arrived there and fractured along the grain. Ollivander retrieved the pieces without comment. He handed Harry a second wand. The second lasted 3 seconds before the handle cracked. The third exploded gently, not violently, not dramatically, just a small contained burst that scattered chips of what had apparently been hornbeam and unicorn hair across the shop floor with a sound like a knuckle popping. Ollivander stood very still behind his counter. "How long?" he said, in the tone of someone who is setting aside every assumption they arrived with and beginning fresh. "Have you been conducting magic this way?" Harry considered the question. "I don't conduct it. It moves through me on its own." Ollivander was quiet for a moment that had texture to it, a quality of active thought happening behind the pale lamp eyes. Then he went into the back of the shop and returned with a box that was older than the others, dusty, pushed to the side of a shelf in a way that suggested it had been waiting for something specific rather than simply being overlooked. The wand inside was dark wood, dense and heavy. 13 inches, a core that Ollivander described as the strahl tail hair, which was unusual, he said, unusual and difficult, requiring a wielder with a specific relationship to death, not fear of it, not trauma around it, but genuine familiarity. The kind that comes from having been in its proximity long enough to stop flinching from the concept. Harry held it. It did not splinter. It did not crack. What happened was subtler than either. A brief, intense vibration, like a tuning fork struck against a hard surface, running from the handle through his palm and up his forearm, and then a settling, something slotting into place the way a joint returns to its socket. The wand's magic met his and did not buckle and did not overload. It simply held. It was not warm the way the books he had since read on wand lore described compatible wands as feeling warm. It was more like recognition. Two systems finding that their tolerances were compatible, that they could operate in the same space without destroying each other. Ollivander looked at the wand in Harry's hand with an expression that was difficult to read but contained, somewhere in it, the specific quality of a man who has just confirmed something he suspected and is not entirely sure he is pleased about the confirmation. "Curious," he said. "Very curious." "Because of the wood?" Harry asked. "Because of everything," Ollivander said, and did not elaborate. "He boarded the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September, without robes. He had purchased robes from Madame Malkin's because the list required them, had tried one on in the shop, and had removed it after 40 seconds because the fabric moved wrong, too loose around the shoulders, too restrictive through the back. designed for a body that performed its functions primarily through a held wand rather than through itself, and paid for it and put it in his bag. He wore what he had worn on the flight: dark trousers, a plain shirt, the jacket he used in cold-weather drills, which was not a fashion choice but a thermal one. He was aware, boarding the train, that he looked categorically different from every other student he could see on the platform. He was also more than a head taller than most of them, which was the compound's decade of nutritional discipline producing its returns. And his posture was not the posture of children who had grown up in ordinary circumstances, with all the habitual slumping and self-diminishment that ordinary growing up produces. He stood the way Yujiro had trained him to stand, fully taking up the space his body required, weight balanced, nothing unnecessarily extended but nothing held back either. This was not performance. It was just where his body went when he stopped thinking about it. Several groups of students fell quiet when he passed in the corridor looking for a compartment. He found one near the end of the train that was occupied by a single red-haired boy who had the look of someone recently failed by a spell. There was a small dark smear on his nose that might have been the residue of a backfired charm, and who looked up at Harry's entrance with the open-faced, assessing quality of someone who had grown up in a large family and was therefore not easily made uncomfortable by unfamiliar people. "Anything on the trolley?" the boy said, after a moment, which was apparently the conversational entry point he had selected. "I don't know yet," Harry said. He sat across from him. He looked at the boy the way he looked at everything, fully, from the surface inward, reading what was readable. The red-haired boy had been crying recently, or was close to it, and was covering this with a performance of ease that was not quite working, and there was something around his jaw that suggested a recent blow, and his wand was held with the specific looseness of someone who is deeply familiar with wands as objects, but not entirely confident in this particular one. The boy noticed him looking and straightened slightly. "Ron Weasley! Harry Potter!" The name landed in the compartment, the way Harry had come to understand his name sometimes landed in spaces, with a weight it had no business having, given that he had spent 11 years being called it by someone who invested words with exactly as much weight as their informational content required, and no more. Ron Weasley's face did something complicated. His eyes went immediately and involuntarily to Harry's forehead, which was something Harry had come to expect from people in this world who knew the name. Are you really?" "Yes," Harry said, in a tone that closed the question without hostility. "What's wrong with your wand?" Ron blinked, looked down at the wand in his hand. "It's my brother's. Hand me down. The core's a bit. I think the willow casing's warped." "Can I see it?" Ron handed it over with the slightly stunned expression of someone whose conversational direction has been changed more rapidly than they were prepared for. Harry held the wand. It did not vibrate the way his had, did not produce anything he could feel, which confirmed that whatever the wand had recognized in him was not a general property of wands, but something specific to that particular match, and turned it in his hands, feeling along the length of it the way he might feel along a limb for structural damage. "The core's not warped," he said. "Something's wrong with how you grip it. You're compensating for the hand-me-down by trying to guide it too much. That's what's backfiring." He handed it back. Ron looked at the wand, looked at Harry. "How do you know that?" "The residue on your face is at the wrong angle for a warped core. A warped core misfires laterally. Yours went forward and down, which is a grip problem." A long pause. "Right," Ron said. He sounded as though he was deciding something. Then, "Want some of my sandwiches?" This was, Harry would later understand, the Weasley method of accepting something. Offer food, establish a basic transaction of goodwill, proceed from there. He took a sandwich. Ron's shoulders dropped slightly from their defensive position. They ate in a silence that was not uncomfortable, which was, Harry registered this only in passing, without attaching significance to it, unusual. Most silences he produced in other people were uncomfortable. Hogwarts was, architecturally, a building that had been designed by someone with an aggressive relationship to the concept of stability. The staircases moved. The walls moved. Portraits moved within their frames and sometimes between frames, and occasionally addressed passing students with the authority of people who had earned the right to have opinions, which Harry supposed they had, being impressions of people who had at some point been alive and opinionated. He moved through it on the first night, trailing behind the column of first years following the half-giant who had collected them from the boats with the gentle insistence of a man who is very large and very kind, and therefore doesn't need to be insistent in any other way, and catalogued what he could from a single pass. The great hall's ceiling was bewitched to reflect the sky outside, which was technically impressive. The candles floated by a mechanism he hadn't identified yet. The tables were long and crowded and loud in the specific way that spaces are loud when the people in them are performing their social roles with energy, happiness, nerves, superiority, deference, and Harry found the volume informative but not unpleasant. The teacher's table at the head of the hall he scanned once, methodically. An old man with silver hair and a quality of stillness that was different from the stillness of people who were simply quiet, a more active stillness. The stillness of someone who is watching everything, caught his eye and smiled with what appeared to be genuine pleasure. Harry held the contact for a moment before moving on. A man in black, thin and pale and wearing his emotions in his posture the way some people wear their politics on their clothing, tight, layered, not quite hiding what they're covering, looked at Harry's forehead and then looked away. And the looking away was as informative as anything else in the room. The sorting hat was placed on Harry's head after he had watched 11 students sorted before him, long enough to understand the mechanism. The hat assessed, the hat categorized, the hat announced. He sat on the stool, and the hat dropped over his eyes, and the darkness was immediate and complete, and then something, not a voice exactly, more like the impression of a voice formed by pressure against the inside of his skull, said, "Well." Harry waited. "I've sorted dark wizards," the hat said, in the manner of something organizing its thoughts before speaking them. "I've sorted warlords and visionaries and people who wanted to remake the world according to blueprints that would have horrified ordinary men. I've sorted people whose ambition could have filled a room. But this," it paused. Harry had the impression of something riffling carefully through the contents of his mind the way you rifle through a filing cabinet, and he let it, with the equanimity of someone who is not afraid of what an honest inspection will find. "You don't want power over things," the hat said. "You don't want legacy. You don't want to be remembered. You want," it paused again, and this pause was different, had in it something Harry could only characterize as confusion. "I'm not certain I have a category for what you want." "No," Harry agreed internally, in the wordless way one agrees with a thing one already knew. "The closest I can find," the hat said slowly, "is courage. Not the courage that comes from not feeling fear. You've never learned to feel fear, which is a different thing entirely and frankly somewhat alarming, but the courage that commits fully to a direction and does not reconsider that commitment once made. That's Gryffindor's country." A pause. "I want to be clear that I think I am using this house's values to describe something they weren't designed for, but the alternatives fit worse. Slytherin wants ambition. You have something that isn't ambition. Ravenclaw wants the love of knowledge. You have the use of knowledge. Hufflepuff wants loyalty to others. You have something that might become loyalty but hasn't required anything to become it yet. So, Gryffindor," it announced to the hall. Harry took the hat off his head, folded it, set it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat next to Ron Weasley, who had been sorted 4 students earlier, and who had saved a space in the way that people save spaces for people they've already decided about. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore's smile widened slightly at something only he had heard or seen. At the teacher's table, Severus Snape was no longer looking at Harry's scar. He was looking at Harry's posture, and the expression on his face was the expression of a man who has just identified a problem he doesn't yet have the vocabulary to articulate. The first week of classes was informative in the way that most new environments were informative. primarily through what they revealed about the assumptions of the people operating within them. Charms, Harry found genuinely interesting. Not the spells themselves, which were techniques, and techniques he could catalog and evaluate and file alongside other techniques, effective at range, poor in close quarters, reliant on a precision of physical action that wizards apparently spent years developing and remained only moderately competent at. But the underlying theory, the mechanics of how magical intent became physical effect through a wooden medium, which he had spent 11 years experiencing from the inside, without the vocabulary for what was actually happening. Professor Flitwick was a small man with enormous technical competence, and the specific delight of someone who loves their subject so genuinely that they have never lost the ability to be surprised by it, which Harry respected. When the class was asked to practice the levitation charm, Harry held his wand, said the incantation with the correct wrist movement, and the feather before him leaped 3 feet off the desk, drifted sideways, and settled near the window with a force that was considerably in excess of the spell's stated parameters. Flitwick blinked. "Very good, Mr. Potter. Perhaps a touch of modulation." "I'll work on that," Harry said, which was true. He was outputting too much through the wand. The yew wood was holding, not splintering, not cracking, but something in the pathway between his body's output and the wand's channeling capacity was not fully calibrated yet, and the excess was going somewhere unintended. This was a technical problem. He would solve it. What he could not solve, and eventually stopped trying to solve because the problem was in the mechanism rather than his operation of it, was the fundamental incompatibility between how his magic moved and how wands were designed to work. Wands assumed a distinction between the magical self and the wand, the wizard as a source and the wand as a conduit, 2 components in a series connection. Harry's system was not series. His magic did not originate in an interior space and exit through a tool. It moved through his entire body continuously, like a current through a conductor, which made the wand not a conduit but an interruption, a narrowing of something that was used to having the full width of him to move through. He could force it through the narrowing, and the results were powerful, and Flitwick gave him increasingly impressed looks while making increasingly concerned notes, but the inefficiency was structural. He was in the middle of this analysis during the second potions class, when Snape's attention arrived on him like weather. Potions was held in the dungeons, which were cold in the correct way, not damp cold but stone cold, the cold of things that have been solid for a long time and retain it, and smelled of the specific mixture of ingredients that were currently being stored in proximity. A base smell that Harry had identified on the first class as iron-adjacent, alkaline, organic in the decomposition-adjacent way of things that were once alive and were being chemically disassembled. He found it not unpleasant. Chemistry of any kind interested him. Snape's first class had established a clear pedagogical method. Direct the class as a group, isolate individuals for correction, use isolation as a display of authority. Harry had watched this operating on other students. A round-faced boy named Neville Longbottom bore the weight of it most heavily. And Harry had noted Neville in the specific way he noted people whose structural capacity was being consistently misread by their environment, and had calibrated his own response accordingly. When Snape's attention landed on him in the second class, it was during a correction of his lassoing fly preparation. Harry had been cutting the wings at the wrong angle, which was accurate. He had been testing how much the angle mattered, which Snape had not considered as a possible explanation for the deviation. Snape's assessment of the deviation was delivered with the particular precision of someone who has learned to wield condescension as a classroom tool. Not quite loud enough for the whole room, just loud enough for the students nearest Harry to hear, so that the humiliation had a radius. Harry looked up from the lassoing flies. He did not move quickly. He pushed back his stool with the deliberate, unhurried quality that Yujiro used when stopping a drill to address something that required addressing, stood up, and walked around the end of the table to where Snape stood. He was not angry. He was also not performing calm in the way that people perform calm to conceal anger. There was no concealment, because there was nothing to conceal. He simply arrived in Snape's personal space, one step closer than social architecture typically permitted, and stopped there and looked at him. There were 6 inches between their faces. Snape was not a small man, but the compound had the quality that it always had, the signal that moved through air and registered in the older parts of the brain, and in the specific proximity of one step too close, it was very loud indeed. "My angle was intentional," Harry said quietly. "I was testing the variance. The standard preparation assumes a uniform potency in the wing structure that I wanted to verify. Your correction was accurate for standard preparation. It doesn't apply to what I was doing." Snape did not speak for a moment. His eyes were very black, and had in them the specific quality of controlled fury that Harry recognized from Yujiro on the rare occasions that something produced genuine irritation in him. A fury that was not expressed, because expressing it would require acknowledging that the thing had gotten to you. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said, for conducting unauthorized experimentation without permission. Noted, Harry said. He stepped back, returned to his seat, and cut the remaining lassoing flies at the standard angle, which produced the predictable result, and said nothing further. Afterward, in the corridor, Ron fell into step beside him and said, in a voice compressed to its minimum possible volume, "Nobody does that." "Does what?" "Stands that close to Snape. He deducted 20 points from Neville last week for breathing wrong." Harry thought about this. "Neville breathes with his shoulders," he said. "In this context it reads as flinching. Flinching invites more pressure. He should breathe from his diaphragm." Ron stared at him for a long moment and then made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was in the same family. "Right," he said. "Yeah, I'll pass that along." The Quidditch announcement came in the second week of October. Gryffindor's first match of the season against Slytherin, and the notice that first years were not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Harry read this on the notice board and concluded that he would attend the match as a spectator, which suited him. He was still in the information-gathering phase of understanding what Quidditch's actual physical parameters were. He had read the rules. Reading rules was not the same as observing their application. He stood in the stands with Ron, who had appointed himself something between a translator and a commentary service, explaining fouls and positional advantages with the enthusiasm of someone who has been watching this sport since he could walk, and has been waiting for someone new to explain it to. Harry found Ron's explanations useful in proportion to their specificity, and became accustomed to interrupting the less specific ones with questions, which Ron answered without being offended by the interruption, which Harry noted as a data point about Ron's character. The snitch appeared in the 3rd minute. Harry tracked it from the stands with the same attention he gave to tracking fast-moving objects in the compound. Not by watching where it was, but by reading the vectors of everything around it, the way it displaced air, the way the 2 seekers' heads swiveled to mark its position, using their attention as a compass to the thing they were chasing. He built a model of its movement patterns. Speed, directional preference, the altitude band it seemed to favor. In the 5th minute, it dropped to approximately 40 feet above the pitch. Harry calculated the jump without deciding to calculate it. The calculation was something his body did, a reflex integrated deep into his motor system by 11 years of needing to know, at all times, whether he could reach a thing. 40 feet was at the top of his current vertical range. It was not comfortable, but it was within parameters. He was out of the stands before the thought fully articulated itself. Ron's shout, "What are you, Harry?" came from somewhere behind him, and then the noise of the stands filled the space where Ron's voice had been, because Harry had vaulted the railing and was moving across the pitch at a run that had the specific quality of someone who has never once in their life moved slowly toward a thing they intended to reach. The snitch was 40 feet up and 8 meters ahead when he left the ground. He was in the air for what felt, internally, like a long time and was actually approximately 2 seconds. the specific stretched quality of time that serious physical effort produces, the body running too fast to allow ordinary temporal experience. And then his right hand closed on something very small and very fast, and his feet hit the ground, and he rolled forward to distribute the landing impact, the way Yujiro had taught him to distribute landing impact, and stood up with the snitch in his closed fist and the gold wings flickering against his palm. The stands were silent. The silence lasted 4 seconds, he counted, before it broke, and the noise that replaced it was the kind of noise that spaces produce when everyone in them is processing the same information and has not yet organized the processing into words. Harry opened his hand. The snitch sat in his palm and beat its wings against the air and went nowhere, because his grip, even open, was more than sufficient to prevent it. He looked at it for a moment, then looked up at the teacher in the stands whose eyes had been on him since the moment he moved, Dumbledore, with that particular quality of stillness that was not stillness, with the smile that was not simply pleasure, but was pleasure with something behind it. Something older and more careful, the expression of a man who has been watching a long game and has just seen a piece move in an unexpected direction. Harry looked back at the snitch. The scar itched once, brief and sharp, like a finger pressed against a bruise. He closed his fingers around the wings and walked off the pitch. The thing about Hogwarts that Harry found most consistently interesting, more interesting than the moving staircases or the sentient portraits, or the specific logistical mystery of how the ceiling in the Great Hall stayed weatherproofed, despite being enchanted to reflect a sky that was, for most of the Scottish school year, actively producing rain, was that it was a building full of people who had access to extraordinary power, and had arranged their social world in ways that were almost perfectly identical to the social world of people with no power at all. There were hierarchies. There were performed friendships and real friendships and the blurred territory between them. There were people who used their advantages carelessly, and people who hoarded them, and people who had forgotten they were advantages at all, because they had been born into them. There were teachers who were effective, and teachers who were not, and the distinction had very little to do with the depth of their magical knowledge, and almost everything to do with whether they had, at some point, genuinely interrogated what they were trying to produce in the people they were teaching. Harry had been in the building for 8 weeks and had already sorted most of its population into categories that Yujiro would have recognized. Those who had built themselves into something, those who were still building, those who had stopped building and were now simply maintaining a structure they'd inherited and were hoping nobody looked too closely at the load-bearing walls. Draco Malfoy fell into the third category so completely that it was almost not worth categorizing. He had arrived at Hogwarts already finished, already certain of what he was and what he was owed and who was beneath him. And the certainty had the specific quality of a thing that had never been tested, the quality of a tool kept in a case and polished occasionally and never actually used, which gave it a surface shine and no edge. He had attempted in the first week to establish some kind of social architecture with Harry that involved Harry understanding where Malfoy stood and standing accordingly elsewhere. Harry had listened to the attempt with the patient attention he gave to all new information, identified it as noise rather than signal, and moved on. Malfoy had escalated. Harry had continued to find him uninteresting, which was, he understood from the reactions of people around him, far more effective than any direct response would have been. What Harry found more interesting than Malfoy was Hermione Granger. He had identified her on the second day of classes as the most technically competent student in the first year, which was a straightforward assessment based on the observable evidence. The precision of her wand movements, the quality of her written work when he had seen it over her shoulder in the library. She had no apparent awareness that reading over people's shoulders was considered rude, and he shared this quality, which was part of why he had not been surprised when she sat beside him in the library without asking, and most clearly in the specific texture of her attention, which was not the attention of someone learning to pass examinations, but the attention of someone who found the subject itself urgently interesting and could not understand why everyone else around her didn't find it equally urgent. He had also noted that she was, by Hogwarts social arithmetic, something like isolated, not friendless in the active way, not bullied in any consistent way but adjacent to both, occupying a position that the school's social economy had decided was 1 degree outside the range of normal membership. She was too much of something. Too precise, too sure of her answers, too willing to correct errors, including the errors of people who found being corrected by a girl with her hand always up to be an offense against the natural order of things. Harry understood this dynamic without being moved by it in the way that it apparently moved the people who had decided she was too much. Being too much of something, in his experience, was usually not a problem with the person, but with the calibration of the measuring instrument. He started sitting with her in the library on the 3rd week, not because he had decided to, but because the seat beside her was reliably empty, and he preferred empty seats to occupied ones for reasons of sightline management. And she had looked at him on the 2nd occasion and said, "You read very fast," in a tone that was simultaneously an observation and a test. "I compress the non-essential," Harry said, a pause. "What do you consider non-essential?" "Context I already have. Repetition. Anything the author is saying for the 2nd time in slightly different words." Another pause, shorter this time. "What book are you reading?" He showed her the spine. A text on the history of magical theory in pre-Hogwarts Britain, which he had found in the restricted section through the simple method of going into the restricted section when Madame Pince was occupied elsewhere, because the sign on the rope said restricted, not locked, and he found it difficult to take restrictions seriously when they were enforced only by rope and social convention. Hermione looked at the book, looked at him, looked at the book again. Her expression went through several iterations. "That's from the restricted section." "Yes. You need written permission to access the restricted section." "I'm aware of the policy." "And you," she stopped, started again. "Why?" "Because it had information I needed. Do you want to know what it said?" The longest pause yet. Then, "Yes, actually." That was the beginning of something that Harry did not have, initially, a category for. It was not friendship in the version he had read about, which was warmer and more mutual than this, more performed on both sides. It was more like a working relationship between two people who had independently identified that the other's competence was genuine and were therefore willing to share information. She told him things he hadn't known. He told her things she hadn't considered. They corrected each other with the precision of people who are not personally invested in being right, but are very invested in the information being accurate. He did not feel warm toward her in any way he had vocabulary for. He did find her reliable, which was rarer, and in his system of values considerably more significant. The troll arrived on Halloween with the specific bad timing of something that had not consulted the schedule before making its appearance. Harry had been in the library when the commotion started, the distant sound of Professor Quirrell's entrance into the great hall, which he had not witnessed, but had heard described afterward by Ron with the bewildered detail of someone still processing a significant deviation from expected events. He had been reading about the Philosopher's Stone, about which he had gathered several pieces of information through observation and triangulation. That there was something in the building being guarded, that Fluffy, the 3-headed dog he had walked into on the 3rd-floor corridor in the first week, which had roared at him with 3 sets of lungs, and then sat back on its haunches, and regarded him with the specific puzzlement of animals that have been trained to react to a threat signal and have encountered something that sends no signal, was part of whatever was guarding it, and that the thing being guarded was significant enough that a man had tried to break into the school to reach it before term began. He was thinking about this, in the particular way he thought about incomplete information sets, holding them loosely, turning them in his mind like a 3-dimensional object, looking for the angle at which a new fact would slot into the structure and resolve a question. When the troll's smell reached the library, he had not smelled troll before. He identified it from first principles. something large, something not particularly concerned with its own hygiene, something that produced a volume of biological output commensurate with its mass, which, given the structural damage he had heard from 3 corridors away, was significant. He put down the book. He went toward the smell, because going toward things was his default orientation, and because he wanted to see the physical parameters of whatever was producing it before anyone else organized a response. He found it in the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor before Ron and Harry's prefect-reported location of Hermione reached him through the school's information network. Because he arrived through a different corridor than the prefect's route, and the troll was already between him and the door, and Hermione was in the back corner with her hands over her head, and the troll was raising a club with all the mechanical focus of something that had found a target and was now simply completing the process. Harry assessed the available information in approximately 1 second. The club was roughly 4 feet long, dense hardwood, being raised from a starting position of the troll's right shoulder. The troll was 12 feet tall. Its center of gravity was high and set back, which meant its forward momentum during a downswing would be significant, but its lateral stability was poor. The ceiling of the bathroom was low relative to the club's arc, which was going to cause the troll a targeting problem it hadn't yet noticed. The floor was wet. He moved on the second. What he did was not heroic in any narrative sense. He crossed the distance to the troll at a speed that was not a sprint. He had never used his top-end speed inside a building with this ceiling height. The physics were wrong, but was fast enough that the troll's attention arrived at his location approximately 2 full seconds after he did. Which was sufficient. He drove his shoulder into the back of the troll's right knee from a low angle, not trying to take the leg out, but trying to disrupt the weight transfer the troll was using to complete the downswing. And the troll's pivot point destabilized, and the club connected with the bathroom ceiling instead of Hermione Granger, and the ceiling tiles and masonry that came down from the impact were substantial. The troll turned. This was the portion of the problem that required more attention. A 12-foot troll turning with a club in hand in a small bathroom was a significant geometric proposition, and Harry moved with the turn rather than against it, keeping himself in the troll's blind zone, which was directly behind the shoulder, a position that required him to move continuously as the troll moved because it had 300 degrees of reach, and he had approximately 40 degrees of safety, and the margin between the two was his speed and his reading of the troll's momentum before it changed direction. He did this for approximately 90 seconds, which is a very long time to be managing the geometry of not being hit by a creature 12 times your mass in a small room with a wet floor. He was aware during it that Hermione had moved from the corner to the door, which was the correct decision, and that Ron had appeared in the doorway and was shouting something, which was an unhelpful addition to the available sensory information, but not one he could address at the moment. The troll's next downswing went wide of him, connected with the bank of sinks along the left wall, and the sinks came out of the wall with a sound like a small explosion, and water began sheeting across the floor from the broken pipes, and the floor's wetness increased significantly, which changed the troll's footing in ways that Harry immediately began modeling, and the troll did not. On the troll's next rotation, he was on its back. He had not planned to be on its back. It was the correct geometric solution to the problem, as the problem had just changed. With the water on the floor and the troll's footing degraded, the optimal position was high and central, above the club's range, where the troll's structural mass was working against rather than for it. He climbed the troll with the application of physical principles that were, in their essence, the same principles he applied to climbing anything. Find the purchase points, load them in sequence, commit to the direction of travel. The troll did not expect to be climbed. This was, in Harry's experience, the advantage you had over opponents who had never been seriously challenged. They had never had to develop a model for the unexpected. From his position between the troll's shoulder blades, he reached around the side of its head, found the ear, and applied pressure to the joint directly behind it with a technique that Yujiro had demonstrated once on a sparring partner who had failed to tap out in time. And the troll made a sound like something very large having a very bad moment and sat down heavily on the bathroom floor, and then lay down, which caused the water across the floor to redistribute in interesting ways, and was still. Harry got off it. He looked at it for a moment. Then he looked at Hermione, who was in the doorway now beside Ron, both of them looking at him with expressions he had catalogued separately but was now seeing together for the first time. Ron's, which was the expression of someone whose understanding of what people were capable of had just been significantly revised upward, and Hermione's, which was something more complicated, which had in it the quality of a person who is very good at categorizing things and has just found something that doesn't fit any of her categories. "It's not dead," Harry said. "It'll be conscious in about 10 minutes. "Right," Ron said. He sounded like he was somewhere else while he said it. McGonagall arrived 40 seconds later with Snape and Quirrell behind her, and the expression of a woman who has been a teacher for long enough that she has developed a general model for the damage levels achievable by students in unsupervised situations, and has just encountered damage levels outside that model. She looked at the troll. She looked at Harry. She looked at the bathroom, which had lost approximately a third of its sinks and half its ceiling tiles and had several inches of water across the floor. "Can someone?" she said, in a voice that was very level in the way that voices are very level when being very level is an act of will. "Explain to me what happened." "The troll had poor lateral stability," Harry said. "The ceiling was too low for its swing arc. The wet floor changed its footing parameters. It lost." He paused. "Hermione was here alone. That seemed like the part that needed addressing." A very long silence. McGonagall gave Hermione 5 points for presence of mind, gave Ron 5 points for something she described as nerve, and gave Harry 10 points for— She paused for a notable interval before settling on the phrasing, "the creative application of physical principles." She deducted 5 from Hermione for being in the bathroom instead of the feast, and said nothing further to Harry, which he understood as the communicative equivalent of a category error she hadn't yet resolved. Quirrell said nothing at all during any of this. He was looking at Harry with an expression that Harry noticed and filed without yet having a sufficient information base to fully interpret. Not surprise, not the ordinary discomfort that his presence produced in people, but something more like recognition. Recognition of something, not someone. As though Quirrell were seeing in Harry something that he had prior knowledge of in a different form. Harry filed this too. He would return to it when he had more data. The Mirror of Erised appeared in December, in a room off a corridor that Harry had mapped but not yet explored, in the particular way of rooms that are present but not occupied. A cold, dimly lit space that smelled of disuse and something else, something older. And the mirror was against the far wall, and Harry stopped in the doorway and looked at it the way he looked at anything whose mechanism he didn't immediately understand. He could read the inscription along the top without difficulty, because Yujiro had at some point, for reasons never explained, required him to learn to read reversed text, which was one of the training elements Harry had never identified a clear application for and now understood had been applied all along to exactly this sort of contingency. "I show not your face, but your heart's desire." He turned this over in his mind and then looked into the mirror. What he saw was not his parents. He had not expected his parents. He had no established desire for people he did not remember. And desire for the absent required first the experience of presence, required knowing the shape of what you were missing. What he saw was not Hogwarts or power or any of the other things he might have been told to expect. He saw Yujiro. Not Yujiro as he was in the compound, not the version of Yujiro who presided over training, who moved through the building with the gravitational weight of the most dangerous thing in any room he occupied. The Yujiro in the mirror was standing still, in an open space somewhere, and Harry was standing across from him, and their eyes were level. Not exactly the same height. Harry was perhaps a centimeter shorter, perhaps not, but their eyes were level in the sense that mattered, which was not the sense of measurement but the sense of relation. Yujiro was looking at him not with assessment, not with the cataloging attention of someone still determining what this thing was, but with the specific quality of one thing looking at another thing that is its equivalent. That was it. That was what the mirror showed him. Not victory, not superiority, not even recognition in the warm, relational sense. Just equivalence. Just the possibility of being in a space with Yujiro Hanma and not looking up. He stood in front of the mirror for a long time, longer than he intended, because the thing it showed had the quality of things that are not yet possible, not impossible, not foreclosed, but not yet, and the gap between now and yet had a pull to it that he was not accustomed to feeling. "I thought I might find you here." The voice came from the doorway. Harry did not startle. He had heard the footsteps on the corridor stones from 40 seconds out and had been tracking their approach with the same low-level attention he tracked everything in his periphery. But he turned, and Dumbledore was in the doorway with his silver hair and his particular quality of stillness and the expression that was not quite a smile but was something adjacent to one, something warmer and more complicated. Harry looked at him. Dumbledore looked at the mirror and then at Harry. "What do you see?" Dumbledore asked. Harry considered the question for its actual content rather than its social function, which was what most people did when they asked questions, used them to open a conversational space rather than to actually receive information. Dumbledore appeared to be doing both simultaneously, which was unusual. "Something I don't have yet," Harry said. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Most people," he said, "see the thing they want most, the deepest desire. The mirror is considered dangerous because people can become trapped by it, returning again and again to the image of the thing they want and forgetting to pursue the actual thing." "That seems like a confusion about the purpose of information," Harry said. "Information is for using, not for sitting with." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The expression on his face was difficult to categorize precisely because it contained too many things simultaneously. Something that might have been sadness, something that was definitely respect, and underneath both of those, the older, more careful thing that Harry had noticed from the first day in the Great Hall, the quality of a man who is playing a game whose full board only he can see. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Exactly so." He paused. "I'd recommend not returning to this room, Mr. Potter. Not because the information is harmful. I suspect you are rather more resistant to the mirror's particular trap than most, but because the mirror will be needed elsewhere soon, and I would prefer it to be here when it is needed." Harry nodded once, which was his acknowledgement of information received. He walked past Dumbledore and into the corridor. He thought, walking back toward Gryffindor Tower through the castle's dark and moving corridors, about what the old man was not saying. About what it meant that a mirror showing Heart's desire was being used as a component of a security system. About what was being secured, and why a mirror specifically was the answer. The geometry of the problem shifted in his mind. The stone was below, guarded in layers, and the final layer was something designed to repel people who wanted it, which meant the final threat was not physical but motivational. Not something you could fight, but something you could fail at from the inside. He filed this. He went to bed. Christmas at Hogwarts was quieter than term. The castle thinned to a fraction of its population, and Harry remained because returning to Hokkaido for 2 weeks had no operational purpose. There was nothing at the compound that required his presence, and Yujiro would not have expected him. And Ron remained because his family had priorities he deferred to without complaint, which Harry had come to understand as one of Ron's primary qualities. The willingness to arrange himself around the needs of people he loved without making the arrangement visible as a sacrifice. They played chess. Ron played chess with the tactical aggression of someone who had internalized the game's geometry deeply enough to stop thinking about individual pieces and think in configurations, which Harry found genuinely interesting from a structural standpoint. Ron won 11 games out of 15, which he did without gloating, and lost 4 with the specific gracelessness of someone who had not expected to lose and was recalibrating. "You see 4 moves ahead," Harry told him after the 14th game. "At least," Ron said, with justifiable satisfaction. "You stop at 4. On the 12th move of the 3rd game, you had a configuration that resolved in 9 moves, not 4. You couldn't see it." Ron looked at the board, which they had not yet reset. He studied it, then he looked up. "Neither could you." "I saw it in the 6th game," Harry said. "I wanted to see how long it took you." Ron was quiet for a moment. Then, "You threw games on purpose." "I ran an experiment. On me." "On the pattern." Another silence. Ron's face did the complicated thing it sometimes did when he was deciding whether to be annoyed and concluding that annoyance was insufficient to the situation. "You're genuinely strange," he said without particular heat. "Yes," Harry agreed. Ron reset the board. "Again, then?" "Quirrell stopped walking correctly in February." Harry noticed because he noticed these things, because Yujiro had spent 11 years training him to notice them. The specific adjustments people make to their gait when something is wrong with them. The compensations and the compensations for compensations that accumulate in the body's surface expression when something internal has changed. Quirrell had always walked with a hesitancy that Harry had attributed to his general quality of barely held-together nervousness. But in February, the hesitancy changed in character. It became something more directional, more avoidant, as though there were specific spatial orientations that produced discomfort. And the turban, which Harry had never found credible as a fashion choice, produced a smell in the colder corridors of the school that did not correspond to any material he could identify from the outside. He added this to the developing file. In April, a first-year Hufflepuff boy named Justin reported to Harry because Justin had developed, for reasons Harry had not encouraged but hadn't discouraged either, a habit of reporting things he thought Harry would find interesting, which was its own data point about how Harry's presence in the school was being experienced by certain populations, that he had seen Professor Quirrell on the 3rd-floor corridor late at night, standing outside the door that led to Fluffy, standing without moving for a long time, doing nothing. Harry thanked him for the information and added it to the file, and the file's structure shifted into something with fewer open edges, fewer unresolved variables, fewer questions that didn't have the shape of an answer approaching them. He told Hermione what he had assembled. She received the information in the focused, organizing way she received any significant data input, sitting very still, eyes fixed at a middle distance. The processing happening visibly in her face if you knew how to read it, which Harry was learning to do. She had her own set of observations, which overlapped with his in places and extended beyond his in others. She had read more of the academic literature on the stone, knew its history and properties in technical detail, knew who had made it and what its making required. She had also noticed things about Snape, counterintuitively, had noticed that his interest in the stone seemed to manifest as watchfulness rather than action, that he was observing something rather than pursuing it, and that his attention had been on Quirrell in a way that did not look like professional observation. "Snape isn't after it," Harry said. "No," Hermione agreed. "He's watching whoever is, which is Quirrell. Which is whatever is using Quirrell," she corrected, with the specific precision that was one of the things he found most useful about her, the ability to maintain the distinction between a person and the thing operating through a person when the distinction mattered. Harry looked at her. "You knew before I did." "I knew something was using Quirrell. I didn't know it was connected to the stone until your information." She paused. "I think we should tell Dumbledore." Harry considered this. "Dumbledore already knows." She looked at him. "How do you know that?" The mirror conversation. "He said the mirror would be needed elsewhere soon. He's moving the stone. He knows something is coming for it." He paused. "What I don't know is whether he knows what Quirrell is carrying." The scar itched as he said it, a slow pulse, and Harry pressed 2 fingers against it briefly without thinking, a gesture he had not made before in front of anyone, and Hermione's eyes went to his forehead and then came back to his face without comment, but with the specific quality of someone filing something for later. "We should go down there," Harry said. "Down," she stopped. "You mean below the third-floor corridor, through whatever's guarding it. Something is moving tonight, I can feel it." He considered how to explain this to someone who had not spent 11 years being trained to read incoming pressure as directional information. "The scar's been pulsing since dinner. Something below us is, louder than it was. Something is close to what it wants." She looked at him for a long moment. Her expression had in it the quality of a person who is doing a rapid and honest assessment of the available options, and finding that the rational one is the alarming one, which was, he had found, a quality she brought to most situations, and one of the things that made her genuinely useful. "All right," she said, "but we should tell Ron first." The gauntlet beneath the school was, architecturally, the work of teachers who had calibrated the challenges for a threat profile that was not Harry Potter. Fluffy he walked past by applying a principle Yujiro had demonstrated once with guard dogs and which translated, "Don't run, don't show tension, don't signal prey." The three heads tracked him, each independently, and then sat back, and the door below the trapdoor was accessible. The devil's snare he identified by smell, and walked through it with the specific relaxation technique that Yujiro had used for pressure chokes, allowing the body to go completely loose while remaining fully conscious, and the plant read the absence of struggle and found no purchase. The keys were a problem Hermione solved while he watched, because Hermione's academic competence with a wand was substantially greater than his, and there was no reason to use a less effective tool when a more effective one was available. The chess set was a problem Ron solved, which Harry watched with the complete attention he gave to watching genuinely high-quality tactical thinking operate in real time. The logic puzzle was 7 bottles. Harry identified the correct 2 in approximately 40 seconds from the temperature differentials in the glass, and the smell, and the specific gravity of the liquids as visible through the glass at the candlelight angle, which were the pieces of information the puzzle left available and which Hermione had solved through the written clue, and they had arrived at the same answer through different methods, which Harry found satisfying in the way that confirmation from independent sources was always satisfying. He went through the black flame alone. Quirrell was standing in the room beyond, his back to Harry, looking at the mirror which had been moved here, the mirror in which Harry had seen Yujiro, in which whoever wanted the stone would see themselves holding it, and find instead their own desire used against them. Quirrell had not seen Harry enter. He was speaking quietly to the mirror. "I see myself presenting the stone to my master," Quirrell said, and the quality of his voice was different from the voice Harry had heard in classrooms, less hesitant, more precise, with an undertone that had the quality of something borrowed, something not quite native. "But where is it? Where in this mirror is the stone?" Harry was 12 feet behind him. He stood and said nothing because silence was information, and he was still gathering it. Then Quirrell turned. The expression on his face when he saw Harry was not surprise. It was the expression of someone who has been told to expect something and is now seeing the thing they were told to expect, and is reassessing whether being told was an advantage or a disadvantage. "Potter," he said. And then, in a different register entirely, something shifted in his face, some reorganization of the surface that was not a physical transformation but felt like one, a change in who was operating the face. "The boy! Let me see the boy!" Harry looked at Quirrell's face. He looked at the back of Quirrell's head. He looked at the mirror. He walked past Quirrell to the mirror and stood in front of it. In the mirror he was still standing across from Yujiro. But now there was something in Harry's hand. He looked at it in the reflection, a small red stone. He felt the stone drop into his actual pocket. He turned around. "Give it to me," Quirrell said. He was no longer using his own voice. Harry looked at him, at the turban, at the face looking at him from the wrong direction, from the back of a man's head where no face should be. He felt the information complete itself. The face at the back of Quirrell's head was pale and red-eyed, and had the specific quality of something that had survived past the point where survival was dignified. Not exactly alive, not exactly dead, existing in the gap between the two states, with the tenacity of something that has made the refusal to end its primary operating principle. The scar was burning now, not itching, a steady white heat, and Harry pressed 2 fingers against it and breathed through it the way he breathed through everything that burned. "You're what killed my parents," Harry said. It was not a question. "I killed many people," the voice said. "Your parents were not significant." "No," Harry agreed. "I don't expect they were to you." He looked at the face for a long moment. "You tried to kill me too." "Yes, I underestimated the old power. I won't make that mistake again." The red eyes assessed him with something that was almost, in the way that very powerful things sometimes mistake pattern recognition for insight, respect. "You are not what I expected from the Potter boy. Give me the stone and I will let you live. What I become with the stone's power." "I'm not giving you the stone," Harry said. "Then I'll take it from you." Quirrell moved. He was fast for a possessed man, genuinely fast, the body's capabilities amplified by something that had no investment in the body's long-term welfare, and could therefore use it past its own limits. Harry read the vector and went inside it, inside the reach of the hands coming for him, and closed his own grip on Quirrell's wrist. The burning was immediate. Not from the contact itself. Harry had contacted heat sources before, had trained in cold and held burning things, and understood the body's responses to thermal input as information rather than an instruction to let go. What the contact produced was different from heat in its physical properties, but identical in its functional demand. A signal to the body to get away, to end the contact, urgent and escalating. The face at the back of Quirrell's head was screaming something. Quirrell's wrist was blistering under Harry's grip with a rapidity that had nothing to do with ordinary chemistry. Harry held on. He held on because letting go was not part of the decision he had made. And once Harry made a decision about a direction, the compound's 11 years of training had made the reconsideration of that decision essentially impossible to produce through discomfort alone. He held on and pulled rather than pushing, keeping Quirrell close rather than at arm's length, because distance gave the magic room to operate, and he had no interest in giving it room. Up close in the grip, what operated was physics, and physics he understood. He held on through the burning, which climbed from discomfort to damage to something past both, through the screaming from the face at the back of the head, through his own vision going white at the edges, through the specific internal sensation of his body attempting to inform him with increasing insistence that this was an error, and he was declining to agree with it. He held on until Quirrell went still. He stood in the chamber for a long moment after, his hand throbbing with damage from the contact, the stone heavy in his pocket, the mirror showing him. He glanced at it once. Still the same image, Yujiro across from him in an open space, their eyes level, neither of them speaking. Dumbledore was in the room before Harry had decided to leave it. Harry had not heard him arrive. Dumbledore crossed to him and looked at his hand, which was damaged in a way that Madame Pomfrey would later spend 2 days repairing, and which Harry would feel for the rest of the school year in certain grips and positions. Dumbledore's expression, looking at the hand, was the expression of a man who has arranged for something to be prevented and is now holding the evidence that the arrangement was insufficient. "You held on," Dumbledore said. "Yes. It must have been extraordinarily painful." Harry considered the most accurate response. "It was above my ordinary parameters," he said, "but parameters aren't permanent." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. He looked at the stone, which Harry handed over without prompting, and at the mirror, and at what remained of Quirrell, and the expression moved through several iterations before settling into something that was partly grief and partly a kind of admiration that was not entirely comfortable for the person feeling it. "The protection your mother left you," Dumbledore said. "The love she gave her life to put into your blood, it made you deadly to someone without the capacity to understand it. You know that. I know it made contact harmful to whatever was in Quirrell. Do you understand why? Do you understand what love does as a magical force to something that is made only of its opposite? Harry thought about this honestly, because Yujiro had told him that the most dangerous thing you could do was dismiss a mechanism you didn't understand simply because the mechanism's vocabulary was not your vocabulary. "No," he said. "Not yet." Dumbledore nodded once. "That," he said, "is perhaps the most encouraging thing you've said to me all year." He paused. "Hogwarts will be talking about tonight for some time. I expect so. How do you feel about that?" Harry looked at the mirror one more time, at the image of Yujiro across from him in the open space. At the gap between now and yet that had a pull to it he was still learning to interpret. "Unfinished," he said. He meant several things by it. He thought Dumbledore heard most of them. He walked out of the chamber and up through the gauntlet's remnants and into the school above, which was dark and quiet and beginning, somewhere in its upper floors, to wake up to a day that was going to be significantly louder than most. His hand throbbed. His scar was silent for the first time in months. He noted both. He filed both. He went to find Ron, and then he went to sleep. The summer before second year, Harry went back to Hokkaido. Not because Yujiro had asked him to. Yujiro did not ask for things. He existed, and things arranged themselves around his existence. But because the compound was the only other place Harry had been in his life. And the school year had produced enough new data that he needed the compound's particular quality of silence to properly process it. Hogwarts was loud even when it was quiet. There were too many people feeling too many things with not enough discipline about containing those feelings, and the overflow was everywhere. In the way, people occupied corridors and common rooms and the library. In the residue of conversation that the castle's stone walls seemed to absorb and re-emit, so that even empty rooms felt populated by recent use. The compound was different. The compound was calibrated silence, silence as a deliberate condition, and Harry had spent 5 days reintegrating himself into it before Yujiro found him doing his morning run and fell into pace beside him. Which was how Yujiro re-established a conversational context when he had something to assess. They ran for 2 kilometers without speaking. Harry could feel, in the way he could now feel things since the chamber beneath the school, since the burning grip on Quirrell's wrist, since the hand damage that had taken 2 days and 2 nights, and Madame Pomfrey's exhausted precision to repair. That something in his reading of proximity had shifted. Not sharpened exactly, more as though a channel that had always been open but carrying a low signal had had its gain adjusted upward, everything the same but more present, more immediate. "Your hand," Yujiro said, not a question. "Healed?" Harry said, a pause that lasted half a kilometer. "What damaged it?" "Contact with something that was partly dead and partly something else." Harry considered the most accurate phrasing. "Magic that was hostile to the thing in my blood. The contact was mutually damaging." Another half-kilometer. "You held on?" "Yes." Yujiro said nothing for a full kilometer after that. The silence had a texture to it that Harry had learned over 12 years to read with some precision. This one was the texture of a hypothesis being revised. "The hand didn't fail," Yujiro said. "No, it wanted to." "Yes." "But you held on." "The decision had been made," Harry said. "Discomfort isn't a sufficient reason to reverse a decision." Another silence, shorter this time. Then Yujiro said, with the specific flatness he applied to assessments he considered accurate and therefore not in need of decoration. "Good." They finished the run. They trained. Harry spent the summer doing what he had done every summer before the letter arrived, except that now the compound felt different in a way he understood was not the compound that had changed. He was reading it from a new angle, the angle of someone who had been somewhere else and come back, which meant he could see its edges now where before he had only been able to see its interior. It was smaller than his memory of it. Not physically, the dimensions were identical, but in the sense of scale, the sense of how large a thing needed to be to contain what he was. He was 12 years old. He noted this discrepancy without alarm. The compound had always been designed to produce something that would eventually exceed it. That was the point of a design like this. You built the container slightly smaller than what you intended to grow. He went back to Hogwarts in September, and the castle had the quality of a place returning to a previous configuration rather than starting fresh, which he found neither comforting nor uncomfortable, but simply accurate. The corridors were as he had mapped them. The teachers were as he had assessed them, with minor revisions for the summer's changes in their demeanor, and the addition of a new defense against the dark arts professor, who arrived with so many portraits of himself that moving his possessions into his office had apparently required 2 Hogwarts elves and a levitation charm of industrial scale. Gilderoy Lockhart's first class established its own taxonomy within 4 minutes. A man who had built an architecture of reputation with no load-bearing structure underneath it, which was the most specifically precarious kind of architecture because it looked solid from the outside until the moment it didn't, and because its builder had usually been inside it so long that they had forgotten what the ground level looked like. He had read Lockhart's books over the summer, partly from the list's requirement and partly from the same instinct that made him read everything that was given to him. You never knew in advance which information would resolve a question later. The books were interesting in the way that elaborate false constructions were always interesting. You could see in them the seams, the places where the narrative had been retroactively restructured to exclude the possibility of verification. He sat in the front row of Lockhart's classroom because he sat in the front rows of all classrooms, being someone who preferred to be close to the source of information rather than filtering it through a row of intervening heads. And Lockhart had the habit of making eye contact with front row students, as though their proximity made them collaborators in the performance. His eye contact with Harry lasted approximately 2 seconds before it moved on, which Harry noted as slightly shorter than the eye contact Lockhart sustained with other front row students, and which he attributed to the same phenomenon he had observed in Snape and in several other adults in the school. The specific quality of recognition that preceded wariness, the animal signal that arrived before the cognitive assessment, had time to organize itself into language. He was not particularly interested in Lockhart. Lockhart was noise. What interested him that year arrived in October. The dueling club was Lockhart's idea, which meant it was poorly structured, which meant it was more informative than a well-structured event would have been, because structure conceals the underlying mechanism, and poor structure reveals it. Harry attended because Hermione wanted to attend, and because Ron had been persuaded by the combination of Hermione wanting to and Harry attending, and because the 3 of them had, over the previous year, developed a habit of being in the same places for reasons that had started as coincidence, and had become, without any formal decision on anyone's part, something closer to preference. He had observed over the year that this was unusual for him. He had not, before Hogwarts, had preferences about where other specific people were. The compound had not produced the category. He filed his own response to it as data about what the year had changed in him and moved on, because the data didn't require immediate action, just acknowledgement. The dueling club was held in the Great Hall, the house tables moved back to produce a long central space, and Lockhart's co-instructor was Snape, which was the most interesting thing about the event from a structural standpoint. 2 people with genuinely opposed interests in the outcome of every student's competence being asked to collaborate on producing competence, which was the kind of operational contradiction that tended to produce visible seams. The demonstration duel between Lockhart and Snape was brief and conclusive, and had in it the quality of a proof. Lockhart was expelliarmused off his feet and hit the floor with an impact that had considerably more force than Snape's expression suggested he had calculated, and the class stood in the specific silence of people who have just received information that requires them to revise a prior assessment. Harry watched Snape's face as Lockhart recovered his wand and made a joke about the fall that was not quite successful as a joke. Snape was not gloating in any visible way, which was more revealing than gloating would have been. The expression on his face was the expression of a man who had done something precise and done it to specification, and found the result precisely adequate, which was the most snapish quality Harry had identified in him, and the one he found, grudgingly, most accurate to his own aesthetic. He was paired with Draco Malfoy. Malfoy had spent the previous year developing a particular kind of attitude toward Harry that was not quite contempt, because contempt required the prior experience of superiority, and Malfoy's experience of Harry had never allowed that particular foundation, and was not quite respect, because respect required acknowledging something that Malfoy's worldview did not permit him to acknowledge. It was something in between, a watchfulness masquerading as dismissal, which Harry had identified in the first week of Year 1 and had not found interesting enough to address directly since. Malfoy cast the Serpensortia. The snake that came from his wand was roughly 4 feet long, dark-scaled, clearly irritated by the circumstances of its materialization, and it oriented almost immediately toward Justin Finch-Fletchley in the crowd on the right side of the hall, moving with the specific directional energy of something that has identified a target and is now closing the distance. Harry stepped between the snake and Justin. He had not thought through what he was going to say. He simply heard himself saying it, which was a sufficiently unusual experience that he noted it with some surprise at the same time that it was happening, not English, not Japanese, not any language that operated through his ordinary speech centers, but something that felt like it came from a different part of the process, something more visceral, more immediate, a language that his body understood the way it understood pain, signals, and pressure, and the geometry of a falling body. The snake stopped. Harry looked at it. It looked at him. There was an exchange of information was not exactly the right word. Impression was closer. The impression of a being communicating to another being across a significant physical and categorical divide, and finding, improbably, a channel that worked. He told it, in the way that the channel worked, that Justin was not prey, that the circumstances of its arrival were coercive and not representative of the room's actual intentions, that it was free to be still. The snake was still. Harry looked up from the snake, and the great hall was silent in a way that was different from the previous silence, a more complete silence, a silence with an edge to it, and he read the edge in the faces of the students around him before he had processed why the silence had that quality. The faces had in them fear, not the fear of the snake, but a different fear, a more complicated social fear, the fear of something understood as a signal. He had been speaking Parseltongue. He understood this, not from his own perception of what he'd been doing, which had felt entirely ordinary, but from the faces. And he understood, from the context of what Hermione explained to him later in a low, rapid voice in the corridor outside the Great Hall, that in wizarding culture, Parseltongue was not a neutral linguistic ability, but a specific marker, historically associated with dark wizards, and specifically with Salazar Slytherin, and by extension with whoever the school was calling the heir of Slytherin, which was a title that had been floating through the school's rumor economy since the beginning of term, in connection with the petrification attacks that had started on the night of the nearly headless Nick Halloween feast. Harry listened to this and processed it and understood the social geometry it produced and did not find it particularly alarming. "People think you're the heir," Ron said, with the directness that was one of his most reliable qualities. "It's already going around. Terry Boots saw you, and he told Hannah, who told Lavender, and now everyone." "I know what Parseltongue is," Harry said. "I'm not the heir." "I know that," Ron said immediately, with the equally reliable quality of someone for whom loyalty was not a considered position but a reflex. "But people will think what the available information suggests," Harry said. "The available information is incomplete. When it's complete, the picture will change." He paused. "What I'd like to know is why I can do it." This was the question that occupied him through November and into December, while the school's social temperature around him dropped by several degrees, and Malfoy leaned into the heir narrative with the enthusiasm of someone who has found a piece of social leverage and intends to use it at maximum yield. Harry watched this with the detached interest he gave to people operating at the upper limits of their actual strategic capability, which in Malfoy's case was more limited than Malfoy understood, and while the petrifications continued, a pattern of attacks whose perpetrator he could not yet identify but whose mechanism he had narrowed, through observation and Hermione's academic reach, to something that killed through sight alone. That was the significant constraint. Killed through sight alone, which meant the perpetrator was something whose visual output was itself lethal, which was a property he had encountered in exactly one category of creature in the texts he had since read: the basilisk. He shared this with Hermione, who had arrived independently at the same conclusion through the library's resources, which was the second time this had happened, and which he continued to find satisfying as a calibration of the quality of her independent analysis. A basilisk, Hermione said in the library in a voice pitched for their table alone, with her finger on a page of a text she'd found in a section Madame Pince considered appropriate for 3rd years and above, which had been insufficient to stop her. It says here that its gaze causes immediate death, but the victims have been petrified, not killed. Something is filtering the gaze, Harry said. Indirect contact, reflections, ghosts as partial visual media. She was working through it visibly, the way she worked, not as performance but as genuine process, the thinking arriving in her face before it arrived in her words. The victims have been seeing it indirectly, which means the basilisk has access to the castle's systems somehow. It's being directed through them. Through the pipes, Harry said. He had been thinking about this. The castle's plumbing was old enough to have been built around whatever infrastructure Salazar Slytherin had left when he departed, which meant there was a network of passages underneath or within the walls that predated the school's current architectural logic, and that a 60-foot serpent could navigate if the passages were sufficient. And there's a speaker. The heir. She looked at him carefully. Someone who can tell it where to go. A Parselmuth, Harry said, which is a short list at this school. The silence had the specific quality of two people acknowledging an implication that neither of them needs to state. Not you, Hermione said, in the tone of someone stating a fact rather than offering reassurance. No, Harry agreed. So who else? They looked at each other across the library table, and Harry watched the same architecture he had been building assemble itself in Hermione's face, the same pieces arriving at the same structure. And her expression arrived at an answer she found plausible but not complete, and he could see her filing it as a working hypothesis, which was the correct epistemic move. He had his own working hypothesis. He was waiting for the information that would confirm or revise it. Lockhart attempted to obliviate him in February. This was, and Harry noted this not with outrage, but with a particular quality of interest, the interest of someone who has just received unexpected technical information. A genuine surprise, not in the sense of something he hadn't anticipated from Lockhart's general character, which had clarified over the term into something that was less buffoonery and more specific and deliberate fraud, but in the sense of a piece of information he hadn't had, which was that Lockhart was willing to apply memory charms to a 12-year-old student to prevent the exposure of his fraudulent publication history. Harry had gone to Lockhart's office with what he knew, which was most of it by then: the mechanism, the pipe access, the probable location of the chamber's entrance, intending to relay the information to the appropriate authority, and Lockhart had been packing a bag when Harry and Ron arrived, which was itself a piece of information, and then Lockhart had turned with his wand out, which was another piece of information, and the incantation he used was one Harry had read in the second-year curriculum under memory modification. Theory and ethical constraints. The spell hit Harry's chest and stopped there. Not deflected. Harry had no active capacity to deflect incoming spells, a limitation he was still working within, but absorbed, the way a material absorbs a specific frequency of energy without transmitting it, the way certain substances soak up specific chemical inputs and incorporate them without expressing their effects. The charm's intent was to find a pathway into the cognitive architecture of the person it hit. The pathway it found in Harry was different from the one it had been designed for, more densely integrated, more structural, less accessible to external reorganization by the precise intervention of a charm calibrated for ordinary minds that kept their memories in more retrievable, more overwritable form. The charm's energy moved into him and distributed and found no single purchase point and dissipated. He felt it as a brief warmth and nothing else. He looked at Lockhart, who was staring at him with the specific expression of someone whose primary safety mechanism has just failed. "That was a memory charm," Harry said. Lockhart said nothing. His wand hand had come slightly down. Harry crossed the office in 4 steps, took the wand from Lockhart's hand, not snatching, just firmly and completely removing it from a grip that was not, at this moment, gripping anything with conviction, and set it on Lockhart's desk. "You've been modifying the memories of the people whose stories you published," Harry said. "That's the mechanism. You find people who have done the things, you take the memory of doing them, you write the book." He considered Lockhart's face, which was doing several things simultaneously in the way of faces caught between competing instincts, performance, calculation, fear, and settling, under the specific quality of Harry's attention toward the fear, because performance required an audience willing to be performed at, and Harry was not one. "You were going to obliviate me and Ron and leave the school." "The basilisk," Lockhart started. "You don't know anything about the basilisk. You were going to run." Harry looked at him for a long moment, with the same quality of attention he had given Snape in the potions corridor, the step too close, the calm that was not performed. "Ron and I are going into the chamber. You're going to stay here." He handed Lockhart back his own wand. Lockhart took it with the expression of someone who has been given back something they no longer trust themselves with. He stayed. Harry and Ron left for the girls' bathroom, where Moaning Myrtle told them, in the specific tearful detail of someone for whom being dead had not diminished the emotional intensity of their experiences, that she had died looking at eyes she'd seen through the U-bend in the second-floor sink. The chamber was older than the school. Harry understood this the moment he descended through the pipe and landed in the dark below, because the quality of the space was different in the way that spaces built by different people for different purposes are different, not in their dimensions, but in their intention. The thing that built spaces put into the walls and floor and ceiling when they built, the intent of the design. Hogwarts was built by 4 people who wanted to teach. The chamber was built by 1 person who wanted to keep something. He moved through it in the dark, with his hands reading the walls and his hearing taking the rest. The specific sound of air displacement in a closed space of this size. The location and direction of exits by the quality of the acoustic return. The proximity of something very large by the vibration that something very large produced in stone floors when it moved. He had no light. He didn't need one. He had grown up in the compound, which ran night drills without light sources as a matter of methodical escalation through the curriculum. And his navigation in the absence of visual information was built on the same principles as his navigation with it. Find the data that is available. Use it fully, don't require the data that isn't. He heard the basilisk before he saw it. He heard it before the available light had changed enough for him to resolve its shape, even if he had been looking directly at it, which he was not. He was navigating by sound, by the vibration in his feet, by the specific pattern of a 60-foot serpent moving through a stone corridor with a body mass that produced air displacement he could read as directional information from 30 feet away. He understood, once he had heard it and felt it, why the victims had all survived from the indirect contact. The basilisk was old. Not just old in the way that long-lived creatures are old, but old in the way that things grow into themselves over centuries, gaining mass and weight and density. the way mountains gain it, not through any single event, but through the accumulation of everything that has happened to them. All the weight of time expressed in the structure of the thing. It was enormous in a way that even the compound's most challenging physical opponents had not been. And Harry was 12 years old in a dark stone corridor in a space older than the school above him, and he identified this with the precision that the compound had trained into his internal states. Not fear, but the specific recalibration that happens when you encounter an opponent who is operating in a genuinely different category than anything you have previously assessed. He adjusted his model. He moved deeper in. The voice arrived before the image. Tom Riddle's voice, coming from somewhere ahead with the quality of a voice that has been used to commanding spaces and has never had the experience of not being obeyed, which gave it a particular timbre, an assumption embedded in the sound itself. Harry had heard voices like this before. Yujiro's voice had this quality, except that in Yujiro's case, the assumption was built on structural fact, and in Tom Riddle's case, Harry was beginning to understand, the assumption was built on a history of encountering nothing capable of contradicting it. He found Tom Riddle standing over Ginny Weasley's unconscious body in the chamber's central space, which was illuminated by a sourceless greenish light that came from the walls themselves, and that rendered everything in it the specific color of things that have been underwater for a long time. Tom Riddle was solid enough to be present, not quite solid enough to be real, and he was holding a wand, Harry's wand, taken from Ginny's robe and looking at him with an expression that contained, underneath its composed surface, the same quality Harry had felt in Quirrell's borrowed voice in the chamber beneath the school the previous year, the specific pleasure of something that has found what it's been looking for. "Harry Potter," Tom Riddle said, "I've been wanting to meet you properly." Harry looked at Ginny. Her chest was moving. He noted this, moved it to the background, filed it as the most important piece of currently available information, and the one requiring the least immediate action. Because a living and unconscious person was the most stable possible configuration of that person relative to the immediate situation. "Give me the wand," Harry said. Tom Riddle looked at him with an expression that was almost amused, in the way that things that have never been physically threatened are almost amused by the concept. "I don't think I will." He raised the wand, Harry's wand, the yew with the Thestral hair, pointing it at Harry in Harry's own hand. And Harry felt something uncomfortable and atavistic in that, in the specific wrongness of seeing his own tool turned in the wrong direction, a feeling he noted and set aside. "I want to show you something first. I want you to see what's coming." The basilisk's entry into the chamber was not subtle. A 60-foot serpent, entering a stone room of this size, produced a significant displacement of air and stone vibration, and the specific aromatic signature of a creature that had been alive since the school's founding and had not concerned itself with concealment for longer than most human civilizations had existed. Harry did not look at it. He stood with his eyes on Tom Riddle and his awareness spreading outward through his hearing and his feet, building the spatial model of where the basilisk was and where it was moving and what the geometry of the space allowed. "Eyes," he said to himself, not quite aloud, which was also to the basilisk through the channel that worked, and the basilisk's orientation shifted. Tom Riddle's expression shifted with it. "Interesting," Riddle said. "You can direct it." "No, I told it I'd prefer it not look at me directly," it agreed. Harry kept his eyes on Riddle. "We're having a different conversation." Riddle processed this. His expression moved through something that was not quite recalibration. Recalibration implied a flexibility Harry was not sure he possessed, and settled back into the composed surface of someone reordering their tactical options. Harry had assessed in the 40 seconds of their interaction, extremely intelligent and completely self-referential, in the way that intelligence sometimes produces when it has never encountered an exterior reality capable of genuinely surprising it. He had a model of Harry that was built from whatever information the sole fragment in the diary had gathered through Ginny, and the model was wrong in ways that Riddle was beginning to identify but had not yet fully revised. "The basilisk will kill you whether it looks at you or not," Riddle said. "It's venom. I know about basilisk venom." Harry did. He had read the texts. It was lethal through a mechanism different from the gaze, a somatic neurotoxin of significant potency delivered by the fangs. "We're not at the venom stage yet," he moved. Not toward the basilisk. The basilisk was still an impractical target in open engagement terms. 60 feet of muscle and scale and the accumulated weight of centuries. And Harry was not ready to engage it directly. Was not going to pretend he was ready simply because the narrative logic of the space suggested he should be. He moved toward Tom Riddle, because Tom Riddle was the directing intelligence, and because a soul fragment existing through a stolen wand and a stolen diary in a body it had manufactured from someone else's life force was, he had identified this, more vulnerable than it appeared, which was a principle that applied to all things whose apparent invulnerability was built on a substrate they hadn't disclosed. Riddle cast the first curse one-handed, Harry's wand in Riddle's grip, which was wrong in every physical sense. The wand oriented toward the hand it had chosen and now being asked to harm that hand, and Harry went under it. Not through magical deflection, but through the ordinary physical mechanics of not being where a projectile was aimed, and closed the distance. He did not touch Riddle. He could not touch Riddle the way he had touched Quirrell. Riddle was not possessed, was his own presence, was not carrying the Voldemort fragment in his body, but was the Voldemort fragment's past self manufactured from memory and stolen life, which was a different vulnerability profile, and one Harry did not yet fully understand. What he did was take the wand from Riddle's hand, not fighting the grip, but addressing the mechanism of the grip. The specific joint alignment that allowed or denied the hand from holding something, and the U-wand was back in his own grip, and the immediate problem became the basilisk, which Riddle had been directing through Parseltongue, and which, without Riddle's direction, had reverted to its own initiative, which was the initiative of an apex predator that has located prey in an enclosed space, and is in the process of closing the gap. The chamber's geometry gave him one significant advantage. The ceiling was high enough. He could move vertically in ways that changed the basilisk's threat model, because a 60-foot serpent in horizontal pursuit had certain geometric constraints imposed on it by its own structure, and vertical repositioning changed those constraints substantially. He went up the carved stone pillar nearest him with the mechanical efficiency of someone who has spent years being trained to find purchase on surfaces that don't want to be found. And from the height of the pillar, he had a different view of the basilisk's movement pattern, a longer sight line over its arc of approach, and what he had been building in his spatial awareness since he entered the chamber now organized itself into something more complete. The basilisk was not, in fact, infallible in the dark. It navigated by smell and by the heat-sensing capacity that many serpents used, and Harry had been adding data to this model from the moment it entered the chamber, reading its movement against his own position and Riddle's and Ginny's. And what the model told him was that the basilisk's heat-sensing was precise at close range and approximate at range, and that it had been navigating primarily by smell since the chamber's light was insufficient for its visual system, except at close quarters. He came off the pillar onto the basilisk's back before the basilisk had reorganized its spatial model to account for the vertical repositioning. What happened in the next 40 minutes? He lost precise count of time, which happened in sustained physical engagement at extreme intensity, the temporal sense replacing itself with a more granular moment-to-moment quality that made everything simultaneously faster and slower, was not elegant. He had, in the compound's training, engaged opponents larger than himself regularly, because Yujiro's training methodology was premised on the principle that fighting things smaller than you was preparation, and fighting things larger than you was education. And the education was always more valuable. But nothing in the compound had been 60 feet long and composed of muscle that had been growing for 400 years. The basilisk shed him twice from its back, and he went to the chamber floor both times with the controlled distribution of impact that the compound had made reflexive. And the second time he went down his right side made contact with one of the chamber's carved stone pillars, and a rib produced a sound and a sensation that were not positive, and he breathed through it with the specific technique for breathing through rib damage and went back up. The third time he got onto its back, he found the position he'd been identifying since the first time, the spot at the base of the skull where the basilisk's spine was most accessible, most concentrated, where a sustained application of force at the correct angle would produce a result that its 400 years of muscle could not resist, and the demon back opened. He had not planned for it. It arrived the way it had arrived at 9 years old in the compound, not as a decision but as a response. The body's architecture reorganizing itself in answer to the specific combination of factors that triggered it. Mortal threat, physical extremity, the interior mechanism that Yujiro had named and recognized and never explained, but had, Harry understood, been training towards since the day he found an infant in a ruined cottage who did not understand what danger was supposed to feel like. The heat along his spine was more controlled than it had been at 9. Not perfectly controlled, not a tool yet, just a state, the body operating at a level above its ordinary ceiling with all of the costs that came with that. But he could hold the direction of it, could press it outward through his hands into the contact point at the base of the basilisk's skull. And the basilisk's 400 years of accumulated structure encountered something it had not encountered in 400 years, and found it not superior. The basilisk was not inferior to Harry in any absolute sense, but precise, specifically positioned. The correct application of force at the correct point. The basilisk went down, not immediately. It fought him for the descent, the way very large things fight the things that are ending them, with every gram of their accumulated mass. And the chamber shook with the force of it, and Harry held on. The same decision he had made with Quirrell's wrist. The decision that became irreversible once it was made, that committed the body fully to the direction established and declined to receive the input that would revise it, and held on, and the basilisk went still. The demon back released. Harry went with it, his hands and knees on the chamber floor, the rib on his right side informing him with considerable emphasis that it had reached its limit of polite requests. The rest of his body reporting a comprehensive inventory of damage accumulated over 40 minutes of total engagement with a 400-year-old apex predator in an enclosed space. He stayed there for 3 breaths, counting them. Then he looked at Tom Riddle's diary, which was on the floor near Ginny, and at the basilisk fang that had broken from the corpse's jaw during the fight and was lying against the stone wall behind him. And he stood up, picked up the fang, walked to the diary, and drove the fang through it. Riddle's face appeared in the air above the diary for a moment, the face of a 17-year-old boy, Harry's age in a few years, the face of someone who has just understood that a thing they built to be permanent is ending, and said nothing, and ended. Harry looked at it until it was done. Then he picked up Ginny and carried her to the entrance tunnel. Fawkes arrived before he had worked out how to ascend the pipe with a 12-year-old girl and a broken rib and limited use of one arm, and the Phoenix's presence resolved the logistics. He healed the rib on the flight up. He healed Harry's other damage without being asked, which Harry accepted because it was efficient, and he had no objection to efficiency on principle. On the stone floor outside the chamber's entrance, with Ginny beginning to stir and Fawkes settling on the pipe above them, and Ron looking at him with an expression that was trying to be 15 different expressions at the same time, and only achieving a kind of stunned sincerity that Harry found, unexpectedly, easier to look at than most of the organized expressions he encountered in this building. Harry sat and let the chamber's encounter complete itself in his mind. He had come within the margin. Not the margin of failure, of something being ended before he finished it. The rib, the arm, the 40 minutes of accumulated damage. These were closer to his current ceiling than he was prepared for them to be. He filed this not with alarm, but with the precise assessment that the compound's training had made native to him. His ceiling was where it was because his training had brought it there. His training would bring it higher. He was 12 years old. He was still building the foundation, but the basilisk had been close. He thought about this as Fork's healing settled through his side and the rib knit itself back to structure, and he did not find it disturbing. He found it, in the honest vocabulary of his internal catalog, useful. The most important data was always the data that told you exactly where your limit was. Not approximately, not in general, but precisely to the specific margin, because you could not push past a limit you hadn't located. He had located it. Good. He would push past it. Lucius Malfoy arrived within the hour, with Dobby behind him moving with the specific quality of a creature whose suffering has become so ambient that its body has incorporated it into its ordinary posture. The way certain trees grow around fences that have been built through them, working the fence into their own structure because there is no alternative. Harry looked at Lucius Malfoy. He looked at Dobby. He looked at Ginny, who was sitting up now, tearful and beginning to understand what the diary had cost her, and what it had nearly cost her further. And he thought about the information he had and what it meant. And Lucius Malfoy began his conversational architecture, the version of events that would explain his own presence at the school at this moment, the construction that would position him outside the radius of culpability. And Harry listened to the first 2 sentences of it and said, clearly, "You gave her the diary." Lucius Malfoy's eyes did the thing that Snape's eyes did when he was processing fury and choosing not to express it. "I beg your pardon? You gave Ginny Weasley the diary at Flourish and Blots. You put it in her cauldron with her school books. You didn't know what it was going to do, or you wouldn't have given it to a student. That would have been too direct a connection. But you knew it was dark, and you wanted it inside the school." Harry looked at him steadily. "Your son told you the chamber was real. You thought if it opened again, the Muggle-born students would be driven out and it would be blamed on someone else. It was careless." Malfoy's face was very still. "You used a 12-year-old girl as a tool," Harry said. "Your son's classmate." He paused. "Draco's going to be in this school for 5 more years. He's going to learn, one way or another, what it means to be used. I'd rather he learned it from something you chose to tell him than from something that happens to him because you didn't." He took off his shoe. He removed his sock. He handed the sock to Dobby, not as a joke, not as a performance. He handed it because it was the immediate correct mechanism. He had read about the sock, about the clothing, about the specific legal logic of house self-binding. And because Dobby was the most visible and most immediate evidence of the cost of the category of thinking that had produced the diary, that had produced Ginny's possession, that would continue producing costs in the future if nothing in its immediate environment changed. Malfoy looked at the sock. Dobby looked at it. Dobby's expression, as Harry had anticipated, moved through disbelief, and then through something that had no vocabulary in the expressions he'd been permitted to have. "You have given Dobby a sock," Dobby said. "Yes," Harry said. Lucius Malfoy raised his wand. Harry looked at him and said nothing, and the looking was sufficient. The compound's quality, the signal that moved through air, up close and very direct, and Malfoy chose, after a moment that had considerable weight on both sides of it, to lower the wand and leave. Dobby stood in the corridor holding the sock for a long moment, then he looked up at Harry. "Harry Potter is," he started, "free to go wherever he wants," Harry said. "You should go somewhere good." He walked back toward the stairs and the school above, his hand against the tunnel wall for a moment, as the basilisk's 40 minutes resettled through his healed but still remembering body, and thought about the year that had been, and thought about the parcel tongue, and thought about the sole fragment in the diary that had known his name before they met. He was 12 years old. Whatever was still out there, fragmented, distributed, built to survive past the point where survival was dignified, had known his name since before he knew its. He filed this and went upstairs. There was still dinner. The Dementors were on the train. Harry had been reading when the temperature dropped, not the ordinary September chill of a Scottish autumn coming through poorly sealed train windows, but something more fundamental, a drop in the quality of the air itself, as though the air had been changed out for a version of itself that was colder at the molecular level and was now conducting a different kind of cold, a cold that moved inward rather than sitting on the surface of the skin. He looked up from the text. The compartment had gone dim. Outside the window, the landscape had taken on the specific quality of places that are ordinarily alive and have had the aliveness temporarily suspended. Every leaf and stone carrying the weight of something that had extracted warmth from the environment and departed with it. He put the book down and catalogued what was happening. Across from him, Ron had gone a color that was not healthy, and his hands on the armrests were gripping with the rigidity of someone whose nervous system has received a threat signal and has initiated a physical response that the higher cognitive systems are only now catching up to. Even Hermione, whose composure under unusual circumstances Harry had come to treat as a reliable baseline, was sitting with her shoulders drawn in and her eyes closed, and her face arranged around something unpleasant, the expression of someone receiving input they can't control the intake of. Harry felt the cold. He acknowledged the cold. He breathed into it the way he breathed into everything that arrived as input through the body's systems and did not depart when he declined to act on it. The technique Yujiro had been working him through since he was 6. The fundamental discipline of the compound's approach to pain and to anything that operated through pain's mechanisms. Feel it fully, locate it precisely, identify what it is asking you to do, and then decide separately whether that is what you will do. The Dementor came through the compartment door and the cold achieved a new intensity, and with it arrived something that was not quite sound, nothing the ear could process, nothing with frequency or amplitude, but which had the same relationship to emotional architecture that very loud sounds have to physical equilibrium, arriving at the body's structures and destabilizing them not through external force, but through the body's own mechanisms. The body responding to what the Dementor broadcast the way it responded to any sufficiently extreme input, by surfacing its worst reserves, the worst that memory held, to flood the present moment. Harry was 13 years old with a mind that had been trained, for the majority of its conscious existence, to contain its worst material in organized storage rather than allow it operational access. The compound had not done this deliberately as a defense against Dementors. It had done it because Yujiro's training required it, because you could not function in training at the level the compound demanded if your worst memories were allowed to sit at the front of your processing. Because that was how people froze, how people failed the thing they were trying to do in the moment they most needed to do it. The Dementor found a mind that had its worst material filed, organized, accessible for analysis, and inaccessible for ambush. It searched for a moment in the particular way that Dementors searched, in the way that Harry understood only later, after Lupin's explanation, as the extraction of the worst, the reaching into the psyche for whatever was most devastating to the specific person and pulling it toward the surface. What it found in Harry was organized darkness. The compound's years of pain catalogued and filed. The loneliness, which was not the loneliness of deprivation because he had not known what he was without and therefore could not feel the shape of its absence, but which was there nonetheless, a structural condition rather than an acute one. The chamber. The burning of Quirrell's wrist. His mother's arms open in the doorway of the cottage, reaching for something already moved beyond her reach, which was the piece of information he had, her posture, as Yujiro had described it, facing the thing that killed her, arms forward, and which was the closest thing he had to grief, because it was the closest thing he had to a memory of her. The Dementor found the cottage. Harry felt its surface, cold and structured and complete in a way that his other catalogued material was not, because it was his oldest material, the thing laid down before he had the compound's training, and before he had any language for what he was experiencing. The woman in the doorway with her arms open. The green light. The smell of the cottage in rain. He breathed. He breathed through it the way he breathed through everything above his ordinary parameters. Fully, without resistance. Because resistance to pain consumed the resources that holding on required, and he looked at the Dementor, and it looked back. If looking was the right word for what something without eyes did when it oriented its full attention toward a person. He felt. This was the most specific sensation, the one he would return to and examine from multiple angles over the following months, that the Dementor was confused. Not in a cognitive sense. Dementors did not have cognition in the ordinary sense, but in the mechanical sense that a mechanism is confused when the material it's designed to process doesn't behave as the mechanism expects. The Dementor's function was to feed, and the process of feeding generated a response in the person being fed on, an escalating despair that eventually produced what Lupin would call, after the event, gently, in the way he offered most of his most significant information, a state of total loss of self, the self reduced to the worst thing it had ever experienced and nothing else. The Dementor was not producing this in Harry. Harry felt the cottage, felt the cold, felt the shape of the worst material he carried, and he looked at the Dementor, and he was still himself, still the full version, the organized architecture of 13 years intact and present. And the Dementor, he watched this with some interest, retreated. Not dramatically. Just back through the compartment door into the corridor, continuing along the train in the direction it had been traveling, doing its work. The guard, looking for Sirius Black. Ron slid off his seat, and Hermione made a sound, and Lupin moved, and the compartment returned to itself around Harry while he sat in it, still holding the contents of the attempt at the front of his mind, looking at it with the compound's trained attention. The cottage, his mother's posture, the green light. He looked at all of it with the same attention he gave to injury. What kind? What degree? What does it actually tell me? What do I do with that? He did not hear his mother's voice, as Lupin later told him others sometimes did, her last words, the moment of her death replayed as the Dementor's primary extracted material. What he had was the posture, the arms, the open hands, which was Yujiro's information, Yujiro's description, filtered through 11 years of Yujiro's vocabulary for what a body said when it was willing to die for something. He had that. He sat with it. He went on. Sirius Black was in the Shrieking Shack in late May, and Harry found him there not through the sequence of events the school later reconstructed, but through a different route, arriving ahead of the others, because he had been tracking the discrepancy in Lupin's behavior for 2 weeks, and had identified from the pattern of it a specific kind of stress. Not the stress of guilt or the stress of external threat, but the stress of someone managing a complex and time-sensitive secret that was about to become relevant, and had followed the thread of it outward through the castle's geography on the night that Sirius Black, in animagus form, appeared on the grounds. He found him in the Shrieking Shack before the others arrived. He found him on the floor, in the specific condition of a man who had been in a very small space for a very long time and had come out of it carrying all of that time in his posture, in the way his body distributed its weight when it stood, in the quality of his movements, which were the movements of someone relearning what space felt like. Harry assessed him the way he assessed everything, from the surface in. What he found was a man in approximately the worst physical condition that sustained survival could produce without moving into actual physical breakdown. Muscles that had atrophied past where muscles should be allowed to atrophy. A skeleton that was visible in the face in ways it shouldn't be visible. Eyes that had the specific quality of things that have been in the dark for too long and are now dealing with the return of light. He was not a threat. His posture said so. His grip strength said so. The way he was leaning against the wall rather than standing free said so. He was barely keeping himself together, and was doing it through something that was entirely interior, entirely willed, which was the only kind of endurance Harry found genuinely interesting. "You're Sirius Black," Harry said. Yes. His voice was the roughest part of him, abraded down to something that was barely a voice. Harry sat down across from him against the opposite wall. He looked at him. You've been in Azkaban 12 years. Yes. What is Azkaban? Sirius looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone who has received a question they did not expect and is trying to find where in the available context it makes sense. A prison, he said, guarded by Dementors. The Ministry puts people there. He stopped. What do you know about Dementors? They were on the Hogwarts Express in September, Harry said. They tried to access my worst material. They didn't get very far. He looked at Sirius with more attention. 12 years of continuous Dementor proximity. Yes. How? Sirius made a sound that was not quite a laugh. I knew I was innocent. The Dementors can't access knowledge the way they access feeling. Knowing I hadn't done what they imprisoned me for, it was something they couldn't take. It wasn't a happy thought, exactly. But it was real, and it was mine, and they couldn't feed on it. Harry looked at him and understood something that he had not had the context to understand before. That there was a form of endurance that was not what the compound had taught him, not the organized filing and the structured containment, and the technique applied to pain as problem. There was also this kind, the kind that was just a person holding one true thing in the dark until the dark ended. It was not a method. It was something more fundamental than method. He looked at it in Sirius's face and filed it differently from the way he filed most things. Not in the category of useful information, but in the category of things that were reordering his model of what people were capable of. My father trusted you, Harry said. Yes. Voldemort killed him? Yes. Sirius's voice was very quiet. And your mother, because Peter, he stopped, reorganized, because someone I trusted more than I should have gave them to him. Harry looked at him for a long moment. You're innocent. Yes. Then we need to produce the person responsible. He stood up. Can you walk? Sirius looked at him. Something moved in his face that Harry could not quite catalogue, something that had several layers to it. The surface one something like the expression of someone receiving unexpected kindness and not quite knowing how to receive it, the deeper layer something older and more complicated. Yes, he said, I can walk. He could barely. Harry walked beside him and did not offer his arm because Sirius's posture said he was choosing to do this under his own power, and there was nothing wrong with that choice. The night's events were subsequently complicated. Peter Pettigrew escaped. Sirius was captured. The Ministry issued a sentence without a trial because the Ministry's relationship to due process was situationally flexible in ways that Harry noted with cold attention. Adding it to the file he was building on the Ministry of Magic as an institution. A file that was growing with the specific inevitability of files that are recording a pattern, rather than isolated incidents. Dumbledore told Hermione she had a way to save more than one innocent being tonight, and Hermione understood before Harry did and turned to look at him, and Harry understood a beat later. The time-turner produced an hour. The hour produced Buckbeak's survival and Sirius's escape on Buckbeak's back, departing from the hospital tower into the sky, which Harry watched from the window with the specific feeling of incompleteness that came from solving a problem correctly while a component of the system that created the problem remained operational. Peter Pettigrew was free somewhere. The Ministry had attempted to execute an innocent man. He stood at the window and noted both things precisely and did not look away from either of them. He would return to both. The Goblet of Fire selected him on the morning of November the 2nd. Harry had not submitted his name. He had attended the weighing of the wand ceremony and the announcement of the champions with the attention of someone who is observing a system he has not yet decided whether to engage with, which was how he attended most Hogwarts events. And when his name came out of the goblet on the fourth draw, the goblet being a large stone vessel that produced names in fire, which was dramatic in the way of things designed to produce drama, and which Harry noted had been bewitched to prevent underage submission without being bewitched to prevent someone else submitting an underage person's name, which was a meaningful design gap. He walked to the front of the great hall in the silence of a room full of people processing an anomaly. And he did not perform surprise, because the compound had trained surprise out of him as a facial expression, if not as an internal state. In the anteroom, Dumbledore asked if he had put his name in. Harry said no. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment with the quality of attention that Harry had come to think of as the full version. The version where Dumbledore was receiving everything and organizing it in real time against a larger architecture Harry still couldn't fully see. He believed him, Harry could tell, not from warmth or from prior trust, but from the reading of Harry's face, which told no lies because it had never learned the muscles for lying. He competed because the magical contract produced by the goblet was binding in a way that was not social but structural, and because not competing meant a forfeiture that had consequences for Hogwarts, and because this was the most honest version. And Harry was always honest with himself, even when he was not required to be honest with anyone else. The tasks appeared to have physical parameters that interested him more than most of what the school year had offered so far. The first task was a dragon, specifically a Hungarian horntail, the most aggressive of the 4 dragons assigned to the champions, which the weighing of wands process had allocated to Harry through the mechanism that the universe appeared to apply consistently in his experience. The version of a situation that required the most from him was the one he received. He had observed the dragons the day before the task, climbing the rocky enclosure's perimeter wall in the pre-dawn dark when the handlers were changing shifts, looking at all 4 for long enough to have a working model of each one's movement parameters, wingspan, reaction time, and the specific geometry of where their clutches of eggs were positioned relative to their bodies. He was allotted a wand for the task. He kept it on his person and did not use it. The horntail had a reach of approximately 20 meters, including the fire. Its neck was the primary targeting mechanism, swiveling to track movement in a horizontal arc of about 200 degrees, which left 160 degrees behind it, where its reaction time degraded significantly. Its eggs were 4 meters behind and slightly to the left of its resting position. The crowd in the stands, which Harry noted with the peripheral awareness he gave to any group of people generating noise in his vicinity, was expecting something specific, a wand, a strategy that matched the convention of what a Triwizard champion looked like, and what it was about to receive was something else. He watched the horntail for 4 minutes and 30 seconds from the task's start, standing in the open space of the arena while the horntail tracked him, and the crowd's noise escalated, and the task judges wrote things on their score sheets, probably noting that the Hogwarts champion had not moved. He was not frozen, he was working. In the 4 minutes and 30 seconds, he mapped the horntail's movement pattern against the geometry of the arena, identified the moment in the cycle when the next tracking arc reached its rightward limit, and produced a brief correction pause before reversing direction, and measured the width of the correction pause in time. It was approximately 2 seconds. The distance from his starting position to the egg was about 24 meters. He could cover 24 meters in approximately 2.8 seconds on this surface, which was not ideal. The arena floor was compacted earth, better than the compound's worst-running surfaces, but not optimal, and 2.8 seconds was longer than 2 seconds, which meant straight-line approach was outside the margin. He moved at the horntail's correction pause, but not in a straight line. He moved at 45 degrees off the direct route, which required more distance, but produced a different angle of approach relative to the horntail's tracking arc, keeping him in its trailing edge rather than its direct attention for the full approach. The fire came 3 times during the run, and he altered his lateral position twice using the changes in surface quality on the arena floor as timing markers. The third fire went over his shoulder, and he felt it as a column of heat that had a brief, complete relationship with the outer surface of his jacket before he was past it. He was past it. He took the egg from beside the horntail's nest, while the horntail's head was still completing the rightward track correction. and he was back across the arena boundary before the horntail had reorganized its spatial model to account for his exit. The noise from the stands was not the noise of a crowd that has seen something expected. He had learned to distinguish the different textures of crowd noise by now, to identify from the quality of it what category of event the crowd believed it had witnessed. This was the texture of collective recalibration, a sound that didn't have a settled emotional content yet because the audience was still deciding what they had seen and whether it was possible. He walked past the task judges and opened the egg, which screamed at him, and closed it again. Murmish. He would figure it out. The second task was the lake, and he figured it out from gillyweed, which Neville identified in a text at 2 in the morning 11 days before the task. Looking up from the herbology index, with the expression of a person who has found something they weren't looking for, and is still processing whether it's real. Harry looked at the plant, read the entry, confirmed the mechanism and the duration, and wrote gillyweed at the top of his preparation notes. He did not use the gillyweed in the way the preparation notes implied he would use it, in the way that the task's design implied he would use it. Alone. One champion, one hostage, the lake as an obstacle between them. He swam past his own hostage and continued deeper, mapping the lake's floor by the acoustic return from his own movement through the water. And he located the other hostages and spent 47 minutes of his gillyweed hour swimming between their positions and identifying which of the merpeople's anchoring mechanisms he could undo physically, and which required magic, and using the appropriate solution for each category. He surfaced with all 4 hostages: Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and Gabrielle de Lacquer, the last 2 of whom he had delivered to a surface point and returned to Hermione because Hermione had been under the longest, and he was not going to allow her to be under longer than Fleur's absence from the task required. The judges spent 15 minutes conferring about his score. He stood on the bank in the cold and watched them confer and felt, from across the distance, the specific quality of the conversation, people trying to apply a rule set to a result the rule set had not anticipated. He scored highest. He suspected this was partly because the judges had no precedent for what they'd watched and defaulted to the metric of outcomes. Ron, wrapped in a towel and somewhat waterlogged, looked at him with the expression he sometimes produced when Harry had done something that defied the organizational framework Ron used for understanding the world. "You were supposed to rescue one person," he said. "Yes," Harry agreed. "You rescued 4. They were all there." A long pause. "Right," Ron said, in the tone he used when right meant several other things simultaneously. He was in the maze when his scar went from its baseline pulse to something more acute, a signal he had been cataloging across 3 years and had learned to read with some specificity. Not the general proximity of Horcrux awareness he associated with its ordinary behavior, but something more directional, something with the quality of imminence. He moved through the remaining maze obstacles with more speed than he had been applying, and he reached the Triwizard Cup in the clearing at the center and stood looking at it for a moment. A portkey Hermione had concluded from the portkey theory texts she'd been reading. The cup was a portkey, and Cedric Diggory was 10 meters behind him, having cleared his path independently, arriving at the same clearing by a different route, and Harry said to him, "It's a portkey." Cedric looked at it. "It goes somewhere we're not supposed to go." Cedric looked at Harry. "Take it if you want." "My score doesn't need it." He stepped back from the cup. Cedric took the cup. Harry caught Cedric's wrist before the portkey activated and went with him, because wherever the cup was going the scar had been burning since the clearing, and he was not going to let Cedric Diggory go alone to a place Harry's scar identified as the place Voldemort's presence was loudest. The graveyard was dark and cold and smelled of old stone, and the specific quality of recently disturbed earth. Cedric made a sound, and Harry turned and had hold of Cedric's collar in the same motion, pulling him backward and down behind the nearest headstone before the flash of green light completed its arc across the graveyard. which it did without finding a target, because Harry had read the direction of the incoming magic from the quality of the scar's flare in the last quarter-second before it arrived, which was not perfect prediction, but was close enough. Wormtail. A voice from the darkness that Harry had heard in the chamber beneath the school 3 years ago, and in a different chamber a year after that, never in full physical form, always through another person's body or the residue of a memory. He registered this with the particular attention he gave to information about opponents he had not yet engaged directly. Wormtail was not the relevant threat. He held Cedric behind the headstone and said very quietly in a voice pitched to not carry, "Stay behind solid stone. Move only when I move. If anything large comes at you from the right, go left. If I tell you to run, you run." He looked at Cedric, who was 17 and frightened and was doing a creditable job of not letting the fright make his decisions. "Understood," Cedric nodded. Harry pressed his fingers to his scar, read the direction of the burn, and mapped what he could of the graveyard's geography from the available light and the quality of the wind and the positions of the sounds he could identify. The cauldron was to the east. The voice from the darkness was from behind it. There were people in the graveyard beyond the cauldron. He could hear them breathing, hear the specific sound of multiple people being present and still, the way groups of people are still when they're waiting for a signal. The ritual was elaborate and unpleasant to witness. Harry watched it from behind the headstone, not attempting to interrupt, because the ritual's interruption with insufficient information about its mechanism would have been worse than its completion. A half-complete ritual for a body restoration of this type would produce something less predictable than a complete one. And unpredictable was more dangerous than predictable, regardless of how unpleasant the predictable outcome was. Voldemort emerged from the cauldron. Harry looked at him with the attention he gave to any opponent he was about to engage for the first time. From the surface in, building the model. The body was new, freshly made, rebuilt from bone and blood and Wormtail's hand, and the specific dark magic of a ritual that Hermione would spend a month after the event researching with the focused intensity she brought to things she found both important and personally objectionable. The body's movement quality told him things. The way Voldemort inhabited it was careful testing, a person reoccupying a physical architecture after a long absence, which meant his first minutes in it would be the minutes he was furthest from his ceiling. Voldemort spoke. The Death Eaters assembled. The speech had the quality of speeches made by people who have spent a long time in the absence of an audience, and are now re-establishing the rhythms of performance, a quality Harry recognized from texts on rhetoric, and from the specific register of Lockhart's classroom voice, which had been its degenerate form. He waited until the speech's structure reached what he identified from the cadence as its closing sequence. "You needed my blood," Harry said, from behind the headstone. Voldemort stopped speaking. The graveyard went quiet in a different way. "You went to all of this," Harry said, still from behind the headstone, not yet standing, because there was no strategic value in standing and he had not been trained to perform for the situation, only to address it, "because of something in my blood. If what I carry is powerful enough to be worth this." He gestured at the graveyard with a motion that Voldemort could not see and that he made anyway as a way of organizing his own thinking. "Then come and take it yourself." He stood up. The Death Eaters were a ring around the graveyard, 30 or more, and their collective attention had the weight of massed magic, a pressure that moved through the air at a different frequency than ordinary group attention, and that Harry's scar amplified and translated upward into active pain. He held it. Voldemort looked at him from across the graveyard, with the specific quality of attention that very old and very powerful things turned on smaller things that had done something unexpected. Not the attention of someone waiting to be impressed, but the attention of someone who had not expected to be surprised and was now revising in real time, and found the revision more interesting than annoying. which was the most dangerous quality of the expression because interest in Voldemort's vocabulary meant a different category of attention than contempt. The boy who lived, Voldemort said, and his voice had the quality it had always had through other mouths, except now it was his own, and in its own voice it was more itself than it had been in Quirrell's borrowed registers or in the diary's memory construction. "You look different from what I remember." "I was 1 year old," Harry said. "Most things look different at 1 year old. I meant from what I've been told." The red eyes moved over him. "What are you exactly?" "I don't know yet," Harry said. "That's one of the things I'm still working out." Voldemort smiled, which was the expression on a face designed without warmth smiling, the expression that looked like the idea of a smile rather than the thing itself. "Then this will be educational for both of us." He raised his wand. "Crucio!" The Cruciatus hit Harry in the chest and moved through him. He had read about the Cruciatus. Hermione had found the clinical literature, the healer's texts from St. Mungo's, the descriptions of what sustained Cruciatus exposure produced in the nervous system and the mind that received it, and he had read it with the attention he gave to any description of extreme input. What does it actually do? What is the mechanism? What can be done with the knowledge of the mechanism? The mechanism was a magical forcing of the pain response. Not actual tissue damage in its standard application, but the nervous system's pain signaling hijacked and turned to maximum output. Every pain receptor in the body reporting simultaneously at their ceiling. He absorbed the first 2 seconds of it by doing what he did with all pain at maximum. Breathe, locate it precisely, identify it as not damage, and hold position. The 2 seconds felt like a much longer interval in the specific temporal distortion of extreme input, the seconds stretching the way they stretched in the chamber, each one containing more information than ordinary seconds because the body was processing at full capacity. At the 4-second mark, the motor system began receiving conflicting signals. The Cruciatus's forced pain output competing with Harry's voluntary movement commands for the same nervous system bandwidth, and he started to move before the motor conflicts escalated further. Not away. Toward. Voldemort was 12 meters across the graveyard. Harry covered 6 of them at a run before the Cruciatus broke, Voldemort ending the curse to redirect, which was the correct tactical response to a target that was closing distance rather than trying to escape it. And Harry had anticipated this, had been using the Cruciatus closing distance as the setup for the moment when Voldemort lifted it, which was the moment his motor function returned fully, which was the moment he covered the remaining 6 meters. He took Voldemort's wand arm at the wrist with his right hand. The contact was not like Quirrell's contact. Voldemort was embodied, was his own presence in his own rebuilt body, and what Harry's mother's blood did to a direct Voldemort-host contact was different from what it had done to Quirrell's borrowed form. It burned, less than Quirrell, he noted, with the precision that sustained practice in noting things had made available to him even in extreme circumstances. But it was not the structural contact destruction that had damaged his hand in the first year. It was more like gripping something that was very hot, painful, unsustainable at length, but manageable for the immediate purpose. The immediate purpose was redirect. He pressed his wand against the point of contact. His wand, the U with the vistral hair, oriented against the arm that held Voldemort's wand, and with the 2 wands in proximity and Harry's full physical weight leveraged against Voldemort's arm, he activated a disarming charm. The one spell he had practiced to genuine competence over 3 years. Because it was the one spell whose physical analog he understood, you remove the weapon from the hand. And the interaction between the 2 wands at that contact distance produced something that was not quite either of their outputs and was not quite nothing. Priori incantatum. The golden light arrived from both wands simultaneously, and the connection it produced was physical enough to feel. A bridge of light in the air between them that vibrated at a frequency Harry felt in his teeth and in his wrist, and in the specific hand that had been damaged by Quirrell's contact 3 years ago, and had recovered but still registered certain inputs differently in certain positions. He held the connection by holding the grip, by not releasing Voldemort's wrist, by applying to the decision he had made about the direction the same irreversibility he had applied to every decision he had made in this manner since the chamber, since the basilisk, since Quirrell, the compound's architecture, built over 13 years, which did not know how to reopen a door it had closed. The shades came from Voldemort's wand. The people he had killed called back from the connection, from the echo of the spells that had ended them. Harry held the connection, and he did not look away from the shades, and when his father's shade arrived and spoke to him, "Hold on, Harry, hold on a little longer," he applied the compound's vocabulary to the instruction and understood it as what it was. The specific encouragement of someone who has done difficult things, and is watching someone else do difficult things, and wants them to know that difficult things can be gotten through. He held on. He held on, and then he released, and the connection broke, and he moved. He had planned the next 2 seconds during the holding, which was the compound's training in its most specific application. The use of the interval of extremity to plan the action that would follow the interval. And he ran to Cedric's body. He took Cedric's arm. He summoned the cup by the specific method of hitting it with the heaviest object available, which was his fist. And the portkey activated on contact, and he and Cedric arrived back at the maze entrance, and the crowd's noise was enormous, and the cup was in his hand, and Cedric was beside him, not moving, and Harry set him down with the care he gave to the fallen in the compound, the care that was not sentiment but precision, and he stood up. Dumbledore was the first adult to reach him. His face, when he knelt by Cedric, was the face of a man doing several things simultaneously: grief and calculation, and the specific expression of a chess player who has seen a piece taken that changes the character of the game. He looked up at Harry. Harry looked back at him. He came back. Harry said, "He has a body, he's real, I had contact, he can be hurt." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Are you injured?" Harry considered an honest inventory. "Nothing significant," he said. "The Cruciatus produced some motor interference. It cleared at about 8 seconds. He paused. "My threshold is 8 seconds. I'll work on that." Dumbledore's expression at this was the expression of someone who does not have a category for what they are looking at and is deciding whether to develop one or to set the absence of category aside for the moment. "Come with me," he said. Harry followed him, and the crowd's noise was around them, and somewhere above the stands people were celebrating his winning of the tournament, and Cedric was on the ground behind them and was not celebrating anything. Harry thought about Cedric on the walk to the castle, thought about the 14 seconds of warning he'd had from the scar in the clearing at the maze center, and whether different use of those 14 seconds would have changed the outcome. Thought about the portkey and whether refusing to take hold of Cedric's arm would have produced a different result. He reached the same answer from multiple angles, not with the information he had at the time. With the information he had now, yes. But decisions were made from available information, not from information available in retrospect, and the only productive use of the retrospective information was to change what he did with the next 14-second warning he received. He would not, he resolved, waste the next one. He went inside. The scar was quiet for the first time since September. He filed its silence the way he had learned to file its activity, as data about the distance between himself and the thing he was still building toward. The Ministry of Magic sent Dolores Umbridge to Hogwarts in September of Harry's 5th year, and Harry spent the first 3 weeks of her tenure doing what he always did with new information sources: reading her. Not her words, which were the most misleading surface she presented, dressed in the specific vocabulary of institutional authority performing concern for standards, for quality, for the welfare of students. Her words were noise. He read the architecture beneath the words, the way she moved through the school's spaces with the proprietary confidence of someone establishing ownership rather than visiting authority. the way her eyes tracked certain students and not others, the way she used the physical grammar of the desk, and the chair, and the placement of her body relative to the bodies of students. She was addressing to perform a power differential that she then leveraged, as though it were naturally occurring rather than manufactured. She was, he identified within the first week, not stupid. Stupidity would have been more manageable. She was intelligent in the specific way of people who have understood that institutional power, correctly applied, can substitute for every other kind of power, and who have spent their careers in the practice of that application and have become genuinely expert in it. She understood that the rules she enforced had more weight than any individual who might contest them, because rules were collective, were backed by the full weight of the bodies that had written them, and individuals were singular and therefore always outweighed. This was her primary operating principle, and it had never yet encountered a situation that defeated it. Harry read this in her within the first week and understood that direct engagement with the system she represented was a category error. You did not fight a rule with a person. You waited for the rule to encounter the thing it hadn't been written for. He was the thing it hadn't been written for. He simply hadn't needed to demonstrate this yet. The blood quill arrived in the third week, in the context of a detention for what Umbridge described as spreading dangerous misinformation. Specifically his account of Voldemort's return, which the Ministry had elected to classify as a lie rather than reorganize around the fact, because the Ministry's relationship to inconvenient truths was to reclassify them, and Harry sat at the desk and read the quill and understood its mechanism without being told, because the mechanism was legible from the first mark. It wrote with his blood, and the pain was the point, and the point beneath the pain was that she expected it to produce a response in him, expected discomfort, to reorganize his behavior toward compliance. He looked at the back of his hand after the first line. He looked at it with the attention he would have given any new information about what his body was experiencing. The cut was real, shallow, writing the words across the back of his hand in his own blood, which was both cruder and more technically precise than anything the compound's curriculum had produced as a pain application. Because the compound's pain was always structural: pressure, impact, load. And this was something different, a smaller thing, a more targeted thing. He wrote the line, he wrote it again, he wrote it again, and on the fourth repetition he felt his hand's response, the beginning of the shaking that started in the tendons, and he applied the breath technique, and the shaking stopped. And he finished the detention and walked back to Gryffindor Tower and washed the back of his hand in cold water and looked at what was written there and filed it. Not because he accepted it, because filing it was how you used information, and the information was useful. It told him exactly what Umbridge was willing to do, which was more than most people's methods told him in as direct a way. And the directness of the information had a value that offset the cost of receiving it. He did not tell Ron or Hermione about the quill. He would tell them when the information was relevant to a decision that needed to be made collectively. Until then, it was his data. The defense against the dark arts classroom was a different matter. He attended Umbridge's classes with the same surface compliance. He applied to any situation where surface compliance was the minimum necessary output to preserve his operational freedom. Sitting in the assigned seat, completing the written work. Not raising his hand, because raising his hand would have produced an interaction he didn't want to produce. And the written work's intellectual content was sufficiently thin that he could complete it correctly without engagement. What he did not do was pretend that the theoretical curriculum she was delivering was preparation for any actual threat. Because it was not. It was the curriculum of a ministry that had decided that preparing students to defend themselves was a dangerous precedent in the current political climate. Because students who could defend themselves from dark magic were students who could defend themselves from other things as well, and the ministry's comfort with competent citizens was historically limited. Hermione proposed the DA in November. Harry attended her proposal. They were in the hog's head, which smelled of things he declined to catalogue in the moment, and there were 14 students around the tables, and listened to her explanation of what she wanted it to be, and found it accurate and complete and consistent with what he had independently identified as necessary. Oh, he said so, which was not his most extended conversational contribution to any meeting, but Hermione's look acknowledged it in a way that suggested it was sufficient. He taught the DA with the vocabulary he had, which was not the vocabulary of the standard Hogwarts defense curriculum, and was not the vocabulary of the compound, because the compound's vocabulary was not directly applicable to the specific problems that wizards faced. What he had developed over 4 years at Hogwarts was a synthesized vocabulary. The compound's principles applied to the mechanics of magical combat, a framework for understanding wand-based fighting as a physical problem rather than a purely magical one. The physical problem was this: wizards fought at range, which meant they had optimized their systems for a specific distance bracket and had developed significant vulnerabilities below and above that bracket. Below it, inside wand range, inside the distance where a spell could be cast and resolved before the caster was physically reached, the assumptions that structured their entire fighting methodology broke down. Above it, the gap in time between casting and arrival of the spell could be used to change position. Wizards, on average, had not developed their responses to either of these brackets because the social history of magical combat had not required it. Their opponents were also wizards. Their opponents also fought from the same distance bracket. The system was internally consistent and therefore internally fragile. He taught them how to move. Not to run from spells, but to move before spells were cast. To read the caster's weight shift and wand orientation as advance information about trajectory and timing. He taught them how to fall, which was more important than it appeared, because the instinctive response to being knocked off your feet was to try to stop the fall, which consumed the attention required for the decision about what to do once you were on the floor. He taught them that being on the floor was not a defeat condition, but a different positional state with its own set of options. Neville Longbottom was his best student. He had identified this possibility in year 1, and had been watching it develop with the patient attention of someone who has known what a thing is going to become before it becomes it, because the compound had trained him to read potential rather than current state. Yujiro's training was always structured around future capacity rather than present performance, and Harry had absorbed this orientation the way he absorbed everything Yujiro demonstrated. Deeply, architecturally, not as a rule, but as a way of seeing. Neville had the specific quality of someone who had been consistently told that their current performance was their ceiling, and had believed it, and was now in an environment where someone was telling them something different and was providing the evidence to support the new claim. Neville's ceiling was not where people had put it. Harry could see this clearly enough to say so, and he said it in the specific way that the compound had always communicated about capacity, without warmth, without inflation, as a factual assessment of an observable condition. And Neville received it in the specific way that people receive factual assessments from sources they have come to trust, as data rather than encouragement, which meant it landed at a different depth than encouragement would have. He was watching Neville develop and filing what the development told him when the scar began its most sustained and directional period of activity in February. Not the general proximity of dark material pulse, but something specific and urgent, a pulling quality, as though the fragment in the wound were orienting toward something outside the school the way a compass orients toward magnetic north. He knew about legilimency by the 5th year. He had read occlumency theory. The texts were in the restricted section, which remained accessible by the same mechanism it had always been accessible. The rope and the social convention and his own complete indifference to both, and had understood from the theory that the fragment in his scar was not the only thing generating the connection between himself and Voldemort, that Voldemort's legilimency was the other end of it, and that the connection ran both ways. He had understood this, theoretically. He understood it practically in the first week of February, when he saw the snake attack from the wrong side, from the inside, and realized that what he had been receiving as isolated flashes of visual information were not random transmissions from the connection, but curated ones. Were Voldemort's emotional state bleeding through when the Dark Lord's control of the connection slipped, or was deliberately released? He told Dumbledore this. Dumbledore looked at him across the desk with an expression that was the most complicated version of its constituent parts Harry had yet seen on it. Relief and something that was not grief, but was the shape grief made when it was being held at a specific distance. And the older, careful thing beneath both of them. He said he would arrange occlumency lessons. He said Snape would provide them. Harry looked at him for a moment. "You're not going to tell me what you're protecting the connection from," he said. It was not a question. Dumbledore was quiet. "You think the connection is a vulnerability," Harry said. "You want me to close it because something you know about its nature makes it dangerous in a specific way, but you're not going to tell me what the specific danger is." "There are things," Dumbledore said carefully, "that are safer unknown." "For whom?" A pause that had weight on both sides of it. "For you," Dumbledore said, "and possibly for others." Harry looked at him, the full attention, the reading that went past the surface. The compound's training applied to the oldest and most complex face in the school, and found the grief beneath the relief, beneath the careful thing, and identified it as the grief of someone who is doing a necessary wrong by a person they care about, which was different from the grief of someone doing an unnecessary wrong, and also different from the grief of someone who doesn't care about the wrong's recipient. He noted this. He did not consider it sufficient. "I'll learn occlumency," he said, "but when the specific danger becomes information I need to have, you're going to tell me." Dumbledore's expression shifted fractionally toward something that might have been relief of a different kind. "Yes," he said. "When the time comes," he meant it. Harry believed he meant it, which was the more important piece, because Dumbledore lied through omission more than through statement, and Harry had learned to read the texture of each. The scar produced its most acute directional signal in June. It had been building since the end of May, the pulling quality increasing in specificity, in urgency, accompanied by the flashes from the connection that Snape's occlumency lessons had made more legible rather than less, which was the central irony of the occlumency curriculum as Snape delivered it. That his method of teaching Harry to close the connection was to force it open in a controlled setting. And Harry had therefore spent 2 months in involuntary close reading of Voldemort's emotional landscape whenever the sessions happened. What he knew from that close reading, Voldemort was planning something at the Ministry, something that required a specific object and a specific location. The Department of Mysteries had been in the background of multiple flashes for 3 months. He told Hermione this in the library in May, in their usual configuration, his back to the wall, sightlines clear. Her seated across from him with her notes organized in the specific way she organized everything she intended to use, rather than simply archive. She received it and cross-referenced it against what she had been reading about the Department of Mysteries, which was considerable, because once Hermione identified something as relevant, she read everything that touched it, including the things that only peripherally touched it. "A prophecy," she said. "There's a hall of prophecy, records of prophecies made between specific individuals. Voldemort would want." She stopped, started again, more carefully. "If there was a prophecy about him and someone specific, the only people who can retrieve it are the people it's about." Harry looked at her. "Me and him, but he can't access the Ministry without significant exposure." She looked at him steadily. "So he needs you to retrieve it for him." "Or he needs me to believe someone I care about is there," Harry said, "and follow the believing." The silence that followed had a specific quality, the quality of 2 people identifying the mechanism of a trap they have not yet walked into, but can see the architecture of clearly from the current position. He called it precisely right. In the vision that arrived in the early hours of the morning, Sirius, in the Department of Mysteries, in the Hall of Prophecy, in pain. He sat with it for longer than he had ever sat with a scar flash before. Sat with it in the specific stillness that the compound had trained into him, and that he had deepened over 5 years of practice into something that was genuinely meditative, genuinely separate from the urgency of the input. And he turned the vision over and looked at its edges, and looked at what it wanted him to do, and what it was assuming he would do. It assumed he would move immediately. That the sight of Sirius in pain would produce action before analysis. He thought about Sirius in the shrieking shack, the man holding one true thing in the dark until the dark ended. He thought about what he knew of Sirius's actual location, which was headquarters, which was Grimmauld Place, which Sirius would not have left because Dumbledore's instructions were very specific about Sirius not leaving. He contacted headquarters through the flu. He waited the necessary 15 minutes for confirmation. Sirius was not at the ministry. Sirius was at headquarters, where he was supposed to be, asleep. Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room in the early morning with the scar burning its directional burn, and looked at what Voldemort had shown him, and looked at what Voldemort had intended for him to do, and felt something that was not rage. Rage was an expenditure, and expenditures had costs. And he did not spend resources on things that didn't serve a purpose, but was in the same family. Something cold, something very specifically directed. He went to Umbridge's office and contacted the Order directly. Umbridge caught him in the attempt. She had the inquisitorial squad, and she had her wand, and she had the institutional authority that was her primary weapon. And she used all three with the efficiency of someone who has been waiting for a specific opportunity to arrive and has it now, and intends to use it completely. She had several DA members in custody: Neville, Ginny, Luna Lovegood, Ron. And she used them as leverage, which was the correct tactical use of their presence if she was trying to produce cooperation, and which produced instead a very particular quality in Harry's attention. The quality that arrived when something important was endangered by something small. The quality that the compound recognized as the precondition for absolute commitment to a direction. He looked at Umbridge. He looked at the inquisitorial squad holding his people. He looked at the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts performing the institutional weight of the Ministry of Magic in his headmistress's borrowed office. He thought about the door that, once opened, couldn't be closed. "Tell them to let my people go," he said. "You are in no position," Umbridge began. "Tell them to let my people go," Harry said again, in a tone that had nothing of performance in it. That was simply the statement of a thing that was going to happen in the compound's vocabulary, which was the vocabulary of facts that had been decided and were not revisable. "And I will take you to what you want. In the forest," the centaurs resolved that problem with the specific efficiency of beings who had been insulted past their threshold of tolerance by an institutional representative, who had made no attempt to understand that there were things in the world that did not operate within the ministry's jurisdiction, which Umbridge had not been able to perceive through the architecture of her own system. Harry left the forest with his people and did not look back. The Department of Mysteries was exactly as the connection flashes had mapped it, and significantly different in ways that required real-time adjustment. He moved through it with Neville, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, and Luna in the configuration that made the most tactical sense. His position forward, their positions back. The people with the most specific magical competences positioned to handle the specific categories of threat most likely in each space. And he moved through it with the ongoing awareness that Voldemort had built this trap for a reason, and that the reason required him inside it, which meant the trap's purpose was not his death, but something else, which was useful to know because it meant the engagement had a shape, and shapes had edges, and edges had exploitable angles. The Hall of Prophecy was vast, and the prophecy was where the connection had said it would be. And the Death Eaters were where logic said they would be, waiting, already present. The trap requiring him to walk into it himself, because they couldn't bring the trap to him. and he held the prophecy in his hand and looked at Lucius Malfoy and the assembled Death Eaters and understood that the shape of the engagement was. They needed the prophecy intact, and he was the only one who could take it, and therefore he was not going to be killed here. And therefore the leverage was his. He held the prophecy for 40 minutes of engagement through the department's interconnected rooms. 40 minutes that felt, in the temporal distortion of extreme sustained focus, like a differently structured version of time, each decision point expanding to contain the information required to make the next decision correctly. He used the architecture of the spaces. He used the Death Eater's reluctance to destroy the hall itself against them. He used Neville's specific acquired competences. The boy had grown into something real, something self-directed, something that operated on its own understanding of why it was there rather than on compliance with an exterior direction, and Neville used them well. The prophecy shattered when Neville took a curse and went down, and Harry caught him, and the glass sphere fell from his hands and broke on the hall's stone floor, and the voice of Sybil Trelawney's past self said into the air the words that Dumbledore had been keeping from him, and he heard them, and he filed them. And he did not have time for more than filing because Bellatrix Lestrange was there and Sirius was there because Harry had not been the one who had called him, had not made that mistake. But the order had come, and Sirius had come, because Sirius would not come when his people were in danger. Sirius was brilliant in the fight. Harry had known, in the abstract way of someone who reads descriptions and builds models, that Sirius had been an exceptional wizard before Azkaban. Watching him in the Department of Mysteries was the specific experience of the model becoming three-dimensional. The dueling style was a style rather than a collection of spells, had architecture and intention built into it. The accumulated intelligence of a person who had thought deeply about magical combat before 12 years in a cell, had taken that thinking apart and rebuilt it in a stripped-down, essential form. He moved with a lightness that his body, still damaged from Azkaban's long toll, shouldn't have been able to produce. And it was not physical lightness, but the lightness of someone who has found again the thing they were genuinely good at, and is doing it again, and knows they are doing it well. Bellatrix Lestrange was watching for the moment rather than fighting toward it, and she found it, and she used it. The curse hit Sirius across the chest. His face had in it, for the fraction of a second before the veil took him, and Harry saw this. He was close enough to see it. He had been fighting his way towards Sirius's position for 11 seconds, with the specific urgency of someone who had read the engagement's shape and understood where it was going. His face had in it the expression of a man who is surprised and is deciding whether to be afraid, and who does not get the time to finish deciding. The veil took him. Harry had been 6 meters away. He crossed to the veil's archway in 2 seconds, 2 steps, and stood in front of it and looked at it and felt the cold that came from it. Different from the Dementor's cold, not extractive but permeable, the cold of a threshold that runs both ways, and he did the thing that everyone in the room, including Dumbledore, who was arriving through the chamber's far door, did not expect. He stepped through, not all the way. 1 foot across the veil's threshold, which was sufficient to feel the mechanism, to feel what the veil was, not a wall but a membrane, a permeable border between states of being that was not at its operating level, discriminating between categories of traveler, but was responsive to the quality of the traveler's intent, the way certain physical thresholds were responsive to the quality and direction of the force applied to them. He felt what the veil was doing with Sirius's passage. He felt it the way he felt structural things, as a question of force and direction, and what the force was doing to the material it was moving through. The force that moved through the veil was not uniform. It had a directionality, and the directionality was not absolute. He reached through the threshold with both hands. What he pulled back was not Sirius in any complete sense. It was something that had the weight and the shape of a person whose connection to one side of the threshold was more recent than their connection to the other, who had not yet settled fully into whatever state existed beyond the membrane. It was Sirius who had not yet finished crossing. The difference was 4 seconds. He came back through the veil with Sirius's weight in his arms and collapsed onto the Department of Mysteries floor with the specific, comprehensive heaviness of someone whose body has just done something it was not designed to do and has done it anyway. The chamber was absolutely silent. Dumbledore was at the veil. Dumbledore's hand was on the veil's archway, and his face was the face of a man who has spent 70 years understanding a great deal about the mechanisms of magic, and has just watched something happen that he does not understand at all. And the not understanding has the quality of something genuinely new, genuinely outside his architecture. Sirius was breathing. Not well. Not the breathing of someone who was unaffected by what had just happened to them. It was the breathing of someone whose system had been significantly disrupted by being partially through a threshold that was not designed for partial passage, and then returned through that threshold by external force. But breathing. Harry sat on the floor with Sirius's weight against him and breathed, his own breathing, also not well, his body's inventory of the last 20 minutes arriving all at once, the way it always arrived after extreme sustained engagement, with the patient thoroughness of a system that has been asked to defer its reporting and is now delivering everything it had cued. And he did not speak for a long time. Dumbledore came and sat beside him on the Department of Mysteries floor, which was, Harry noted this with a peripheral awareness, the part of his attention not occupied with the breathing or the inventory, not a thing Dumbledore's bearing suggested he was accustomed to doing, sitting on floors. He sat beside Harry and was quiet for the moment that the situation required quiet, and then he said, "How?" "The veil is permeable," Harry said. "It reads intent. If the intent going in isn't fully committed, if someone is pushed through rather than choosing through, the passage isn't complete. The veil has taken everyone who has ever passed through it," Dumbledore said, quietly, as a fact rather than a contradiction. "Yes," Harry said, "but they were pushed after being cursed. The curse changed their physical coherence before the passage. This was different." He looked at Sirius. "He was whole when he went through, and recent, 4 seconds. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. You went through it yourself," he said, 1 foot. "If you had gone fully through—" "I didn't," Harry said, "if you had." Harry looked at the veil, at the tatters of something ancient moving in it, in the sourceless wind that came from whatever was on the other side. "I don't know," he said honestly. "I think the veil would have had the same problem with me that it would have had with Sirius. I'm not sure I go easily in one direction." He paused. "That's a working hypothesis. I haven't tested it fully." Dumbledore made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite its opposite. "No," he said. "Please don't." The summer after the Department of Mysteries, Dumbledore told him everything. He did it in a long, careful conversation in his office at the end of the school year. The pensive on the desk between them, the accumulated memories of Voldemort's history laid out in the specific order of someone who has been deciding when and how to deliver this information for a long time, and has now decided that the answer to when is now. He told him about the Horcruxes, the word, the mechanism, the number. He told him about the prophecy and what the prophecy meant and didn't mean. He told him about himself. Harry listened to all of it. He listened without expression, with the complete and level attention that Yujiro had trained into him in the compound's long drills. The attention that received everything and organized everything and said nothing until the organizational work was complete. Dumbledore watched him listen, and his expression, as Harry tracked it in his peripheral attention, moved through several things. The relief of disclosure, the grief of the content being disclosed, and underneath both of them, the oldest thing, the careful thing, which was now. Harry identified this in the way he identified changes in the structural conditions of a space, the way walls that have been load-bearing and are no longer show the change in how the room feels different. Lighter. As though the thing that had been held back for 6 years had been the weight itself, and the disclosure had transferred the weight to its proper recipient. "You've known since before I started at Hogwarts," Harry said, when Dumbledore finished. "About the Horcruxes, yes?" about the specific nature of the connection between you that took longer to establish with certainty. He paused. About what you are to him, the seventh, I have suspected for several years. Harry looked at the pensive. You've been steering me? Yes. No qualification, no softening. Dumbledore had decided to be direct tonight, and he was being direct. So has Yujiro, Harry said. You use different methods. I imagine we share fewer objectives than our methods might suggest. Dumbledore said, with a dryness that was as close to wry humor as his current emotional register could sustain. You need me to understand the Horcruxes so I can find and destroy them, Harry said. And then you need me to understand what I am, the seventh, and what to do about it. Dumbledore said nothing, which was confirmation. Harry looked at him, the full attention, the oldest reading, and found in his face something he had not found there before. Not the grief which had been present since the beginning, not the calculation which was the architecture beneath the grief. Something more fundamental, an accounting. A man looking at the distance between what he had done and what he had intended to do and finding the two shapes not quite identical and not finding a way to close the gap and carrying that specific non-closure. I'll find the Horcruxes, Harry said. I'll deal with the seventh when we reach it. He paused. I'll decide the end point myself. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, then he said, yes, in a voice that acknowledged more than agreement. I believe you will. Draco Malfoy spent year 6 failing to do an impossible thing in a way that was visible to Harry from the first week. He had watched Draco for 5 years, the way he watched everyone who was proximate to his primary problem space, Voldemort, the Horcruxes, the specific social and political infrastructure that Voldemort used and had built. And what he had watched was the specific trajectory of a person who had inherited a worldview without inheriting the capacity to fully operate within it. Draco had Lucius's aesthetics, Lucius's vocabulary, Lucius's social arithmetic, without the specific ruthlessness that made Lucius's worldview internally consistent. He was a person for whom the worldview was a costume rather than a skin, which made him more dangerous in some ways. Costumes could be taken off and replaced. There was no core to what he was willing to do, and more vulnerable in others. What Draco was trying to do with the vanishing cabinet was legible to Harry by October. The entry in Filch's confiscated items register, the broken cabinet in the room of requirement, and the matching cabinet at Borgin and Burke's, which he had visited in his second year, and remembered with the complete memory he brought to anything that had been a threat space, and the specific quality of Draco's working hours in the castle's upper floors, as mapped by the Marauder's map, which Fred Weasley had pressed into Harry's hand in a stairwell in September, with the specific directness of a person who trusts the recipient to know what it's for. He was making a passage, a route into the school for people who could not otherwise enter. Harry tracked this with the patient attention of someone who is watching a process complete itself, and has identified the moment at which intervention is optimal, which was not the moment of its partial completion, but the moment of its imminent deployment. You did not disrupt a process before you could see the full architecture, because a partial disruption created a modified architecture that was harder to read than the original. He watched. He mapped the Horcruxes with Dumbledore through the winter and the spring, descending into memories the way you descended into any archive, methodically, with the right questions, extracting what was there and not inventing what wasn't. He found the cave with Dumbledore in June, and the basin, and the locket that wasn't the real locket, and he carried Dumbledore back from the cave in the specific way you carried someone whose system had been compromised past where they should have been compromised, carefully, without dramatics, keeping the breathing steady and the position stable. He knew, on the astronomy tower, that Snape was going to kill Dumbledore, not from logic, though the logic was consistent with it. From the quality of Dumbledore's stillness when they landed, the specific stillness of a man who has been somewhere past his limit and has also, simultaneously, been waiting for a specific thing to arrive. And the thing has arrived, and the waiting is almost over. He had heard Dumbledore 3 hours earlier in the private conversation they had had before the cave, say. There are some endings that must be chosen, not suffered. He had thought he understood what Dumbledore meant. He was not entirely sure he had. He was on the tower, and Draco was there, and the Death Eaters were coming up the stairs, and Dumbledore was against the parapet. And Harry was, still, in the specific compound stillness, hidden under the invisibility cloak. His position unknown to everyone on the tower, including Draco. And he was watching what was about to happen and cataloging what its occurrence would mean. He had 30 seconds in which he could have intervened, in which a single decision would have changed the tower's outcome. He did not intervene, not from paralysis, not from failure, from the understanding. And this was the most difficult piece. The piece he would carry in the specific way that the compound's oldest material was carried. The piece that was filed but not settled, that would remain not settled for reasons he was only beginning to understand. That Dumbledore had chosen this. Had chosen to use his own ending as the mechanism of a larger design, as the thing that completed the protection he had been building around Harry since, before Harry could understand what protection was or what it cost. Snape said the words. The green light was the same green it had always been, the same green as the cottage in the rain 30 years ago, the same green as the killing curse across the graveyard 2 years ago. Dumbledore was not there when the light finished. Harry stood on the astronomy tower in the dark, and the invisibility cloak was around his shoulders, and the Death Eaters were departing through the passage Draco had spent a year making, and Snape was the last to leave. Pausing at the tower's edge to look back once, and Harry let him look, let him see nothing, because the cloak was sufficient, and because intervening now would not change what had happened and would only change the information architecture of what happened next. He stood on the tower, and he was very still. He had the full catalogue of what had just happened. What Dumbledore had been, what he had done, what the design beneath the design was, what the cost of the design had been. He had all of this, and he stood with it in the specific way the compound had given him, not processing it into something smaller or more manageable, not reorganizing it into a shape that was easier to carry, simply holding it at full size, because that was the only honest relationship to it, the only relationship from which you could make actual decisions. He stood on the tower for a long time, then he went down. Below, the school was chaos in the way schools became chaos when something at their center had been removed. People moving in every direction with no single organizing principle. The corridors full of noise that had not yet organized itself into grief, because grief required the confirmation that what had been lost was actually gone, and the confirmation had not completed its circuit through the school yet. Harry moved through it all in the invisibility cloak, past the noise and the people, and the spells still going off in the grounds where the Death Eater's exit had not been clean. And he went to the lake and sat by the water and let the night happen around him and thought about Dumbledore's face in the cave, the man who had chosen an ending rather than suffered one, and thought about what the remaining architecture of the problem looked like, and thought about the Horcruxes, and thought about the seventh. And then he thought about Yujiro in the compound on the morning of the last summer he had spent there, which he had not known at the time was the last summer, running in the pre-dawn dark with the pace increasing, and the pace increasing again, and the cold of the Hokkaido morning in his lungs. He thought about Yujiro saying, "Go, see what passes for strength among people who use tools instead of building them." He thought about what he had found in the 6 years since, and what it had cost, and what it had built. He sat by the lake until the sky began to lighten from the east, and then he stood up. There was work to do. He had always been better at work than at grief, and grief, he was beginning to understand, was not a thing you resolved, but a thing you learned to carry without letting the weight of it change your direction. He would learn to carry this one. He went inside to find Ron and Hermione. The Horcrux hunt took 8 months and felt, in Harry's internal experience of time, which was not the experience of someone for whom time passed in uniform increments, but the experience of someone whose relationship to time was always calibrated against what the time was being used for. like several different kinds of duration happening simultaneously. There was the duration of movement. The tents, the forests, the coastlines, the perpetual relocation that was the hunt's logistical condition, driven by the need to stay ahead of the snatchers and the taboo on Voldemort's name, which Harry violated once in a Muggle cafe in the second week, and did not violate again. There was the duration of research. Hermione's books, the accumulated text she had extracted from Grimmauld Place and Dumbledore's office, and 3 other sources Harry thought it was probably better not to specify, and the hours in the tent with her notes and his maps and Ron's chessboard, which Ron used as a thinking medium rather than a game, moving pieces around it while he worked through problems in his head and speaking only when the thinking had arrived at something worth saying. And there was the duration of waiting, which was the most demanding kind, the kind that required the compound's trained stillness applied not to acute situations, but to extended ones. The stillness not of someone in a moment before action, but of someone in a season before action, which was a different discipline entirely, and one the compound had prepared him for only partially. He thought about Yujiro during the waiting, which was not something he had done regularly before. In the compound, Yujiro was present and therefore did not require thinking about. He was a feature of the environment rather than an absence in it, and his presence was experienced directly rather than through the mediation of memory. Here, in the tents and the forests and the coastlines, Yujiro was the thing furthest from him spatially, which made him closer in the way that very distant things become close, when you have nothing immediate to fill the space between yourself and them. He thought about what Yujiro had built, and what he had built from what Yujiro had built, and whether the second thing was a continuation of the first or a departure from it. He had not, in 17 years, had the internal distance from the compound's architecture to see it as a thing with edges, as a specific design rather than simply the conditions of his existence. The hunt gave him that distance, partially. He could see from inside it the shape of what Yujiro had been constructing in him. Not a fighter, though that was the instrument, but a specific philosophy in flesh. The idea that strength was the only currency with genuine value, and that everything else, affection, loyalty, institutional power, political authority, love in any of its forms, was a derivative of strength that could be revoked when the underlying asset was withdrawn. He looked at Ron and Hermione in the tent and thought about this. Ron had come back, after the months when he had not been here, when the locket's darkness had been too much for him, and he had gone and then returned through the ice, and the Horcrux's destruction with the specific expression of someone who has done something hard and knows it, and is not going to pretend it was anything other than what it was. He had come back because coming back was what he was, not a person without limits, not someone whose endurance was limitless, but someone whose commitments were durable enough to outlast the limits. Harry had watched him destroy the locket in the frozen water, and had watched his face in the light of what the Horcrux showed him. The worst things, the deepest insecurities, made three-dimensional and given a voice, and had watched him drive the sword through it anyway. Hermione had been here the whole time, not because she was less affected. Harry had watched the locket's darkness work on her as thoroughly as it worked on Ron. Watched the shadows it put under her eyes, and the way it changed the quality of her silence from the productive silence of someone thinking to the heavier silence of someone carrying more than the thinking. But because her endurance had a different character. The character of someone who has decided they are going to do a thing, and has organized their entire self around the decision so thoroughly that the self no longer experiences the alternative as an option. He thought about Yujiro's currency. He thought about Ron's return and Hermione's continuity, and about Sirius in the shrieking shack, holding one true thing in the dark for 12 years. And he thought about his mother's posture in the doorway with her arms open, and he thought about what Dumbledore had asked him in the chamber beneath the school 6 years ago. Do you understand what love does as a magical force to something that is made only of its opposite? Not yet, he had said. He was closer. The Horcruxes fell in the specific order that the available information determined, which was the only order Harry recognized as valid. Not the emotionally satisfying order, not the dramatically convenient order, but the order dictated by what he knew, and when he knew it, and what each piece of knowledge made accessible. The locket in the forest, destroyed by Ron, and a sword that answered something in Ron's specific composition at that specific moment. The cup at Gringotts, which required a dragon, a different dragon from the Triwizard, older and more comprehensively damaged by the years of its captivity. And Harry spent the bank break-in with one hand against its side, feeling the accumulated history of its damage in the way he felt all structural damage, as specific and located, and he was not sorry to let it out through the skylight. The diadem in the room of requirement, which caught fire before he could reach it, and he reached it anyway, through the fiend fire, because Crabbe had not understood what he was producing, and now could not stop it. And the diadem was 20 meters into the burning room, and Ron and Hermione were at the door, and Harry was moving. He emerged from the burning room with the diadem and Draco and Goyle. He was not conscious of deciding to take Draco. He was conscious, afterward, of having taken him, and of Draco's face when he was set down outside the room's door. The face of someone who has been saved by a person they spent 6 years treating as an enemy, which was an experience the compound had not prepared Harry to navigate socially, and which he therefore navigated in the only way available, which was accurately. "You're alive," he told Draco. "Go somewhere useful." He did not know if Draco did. He did not have time to determine it. Nagini he found in the castle's lower corridors during the battle's 3rd hour, moving with the directional urgency of something that has been given a specific target and is closing toward it. And he put himself between the snake and the target, Neville, specifically, who had been making his way from the entrance hall to the great hall along a route that would have converged with Nagini's at the base of the main staircase in approximately 40 seconds, and took the snake's full attention by the simple method of being more interesting than the alternative. Nagini was not a basilisk. She was large and she was fast, and she had been Voldemort's companion for long enough that some of the soul fragment in her had bled into her physical architecture, which meant she operated with slightly more intelligence and slightly less predictability than a serpent without a Horcrux riding it would have. He spoke to her, briefly, through the channel that worked, not asking, because the piece of Voldemort in her was louder than the serpent, had occluded the serpent's nature almost entirely, but feeling for the places where the serpent was still itself, the places the Horcrux hadn't reached, and finding them diminished but present, and doing what he could with the information. What he could do with the information was not enough. The Horcrux was the dominant architecture. Neville arrived beside him through the corridor with the sword of Gryffindor in his hand, and his face was the face Harry had been watching develop for 6 years. The face of someone who had been told the wrong things about their ceiling for so long that getting free of the telling had taken most of their adolescence, and who was now entirely free of it, and who was looking at a 30-foot serpent with the expression of someone who has identified what this moment requires, and is not going to be the reason the moment is insufficient. Harry stepped to Nagini's left side. Neville stepped to her right. The sword was Neville's instrument, and Harry was the engagement's architecture. The positioning, the movement pattern, the specific geometry that created the window, Neville needed and held it open long enough for the sword to complete what it was designed to do. The window lasted 4 seconds. Neville used 3 of them. He said nothing to Neville afterward, in the corridor, with the serpent's body settling into stillness around them. He looked at him for a moment with the full attention, the reading that went past the surface, and what he found there was someone who had arrived at themselves completely and was not going to be leaving again. He nodded once. Neville nodded back. They went in opposite directions. He found the thing that he was in the forest. He found it because the knowledge had been building since Dumbledore's pensive memories, since the specific architecture of the Horcrux's creation, and what a soul fragment required to embed itself. since the night on the astronomy tower when Snape had said the words, and the green light had been the green light it had always been. And Harry had stood in the invisibility cloak, and not intervened and understood in the standing still. That he was carrying something Dumbledore had never told him he was carrying. He had been a Horcrux since the night in Godric's Hollow. Since the green light and the infant in the crib who did not understand what danger was supposed to feel like. Voldemort's soul had shattered in the moment of the curses rebounding, and a fragment of it had found the nearest living vessel. The child in the crib, still alive, the only living thing in the room, and embedded itself in the wound that was still deciding what shape to take. He had known this for 2 months. He had been deciding what to do with the knowledge for 2 months. He walked into the forest with the resurrection stone in his fist, the stone he had found in the golden snitch Dumbledore had left him, the snitch he had caught at his first Hogwarts Quidditch match by jumping 40 feet in the air and closing his hand on something very small and very fast. And he turned the stone 3 times in his hand, and his mother arrived. She was the posture first. The way Yujiro had described it, facing something, arms forward, not running. She was the shape of an act of love made visible, compressed into the memory of a person who had loved completely enough to put her body between something and its target and had not moved. He looked at her for a long time. She looked at him. She was not really her. He understood this. She was the resurrection stone's version of her, which was the part of her that had left an impression on the world strong enough to be recalled. Not the full person, not the living complexity of Lily Potter, but the residue of the most significant act, the thing for which she was most completely herself. He said nothing to her. He found he did not need to speak. He looked at the posture, the arms, the open hands, the decision written in the body's final position. And he understood it in the compound's vocabulary, which was the vocabulary in which he understood everything. She had committed to a direction and had not reconsidered the commitment when it became very costly, and the direction she had committed to was him, and the cost had been complete. He put Dumbledore's answer and his mother's posture together, and held them both in the specific way he held information he was in the process of fully understanding, not organizing it, not filing it, just holding it at full size until it resolved into a shape he could use. Love, as a magical force, did something specific to something that was made only of its opposite. It burned. He had felt this with Quirrell, the mutual destruction of contact between the thing his mother's death had made him and the thing Voldemort's nature had made Quirrell's borrowed form. He had felt it more recently, more specifically in the graveyard, in the burning quality of his grip on Voldemort's wand arm. Less than Quirrell, because Voldemort's body was his own and not borrowed, because the mechanism worked differently at different removes from the source. He thought about what he was walking toward. The soul fragment in his scar, which was made of the same material as what had burned against Quirrell, was the thing that had to end before Voldemort could end. He was the 7th Horcrux. He had been carrying Voldemort's death inside him since he was 1 year old, and had not known it, and Dumbledore had known it, and had been steering him toward this specific clearing in this specific forest for 17 years. He thought about Dumbledore's face when he said, "I'll decide the end point myself," and Dumbledore had said, "Yes, I believe you will." He had not said the end point was the same end point Dumbledore had designed for. He had just said he would decide it. He turned the stone back 3 times and let the images go and put the stone down on the forest floor and walked toward where the scar told him Voldemort was. He walked in fully, completely. The compound's full commitment to a direction, which was not the commitment of someone who did not understand the cost, but the commitment of someone who understood the cost exactly and had decided the direction anyway, because the direction was correct and the cost was the cost, and there was no version of the decision that didn't include the cost. And pretending otherwise was the specific kind of dishonesty the compound had spent 17 years training out of him. He stood in the clearing and looked at Voldemort. Voldemort looked back at him. "You came," Voldemort said. "Yes," Harry said. "You know what I have to do." Yes, Harry said, and you came anyway? Something moved through Voldemort's expression. Not respect, not in the warm or relational sense, but the specific quality that very powerful things turned on smaller things that had done something that required revision of the model. Why? Harry thought about the truest answer, which was the only kind of answer he gave. Because the fragment in me is part of you, he said. And you can't be ended while any part of you continues, and I'm the only person who can put myself in a position to end this part. He looked at Voldemort steadily. And because I decided I was going to be the thing that ended you before I understood anything else about this situation, and I don't revisit decisions. Voldemort raised his wand. The green light had always been the same green. The Avada Kedavra hit him in the chest, and he went into the dark with the full organized architecture of 17 years of himself completely present. And the dark received him, and the dark was quiet in the specific way of things that are not hostile but are simply waiting. A threshold rather than an end point, a membrane rather than a wall, and something that was not quite Dumbledore and was not quite the memory of Dumbledore, and was the impression a person leaves on the world when they have lived very fully and very specifically said. In the way things say things in spaces that aren't quite the ordinary spaces of speech. You have a choice. He considered it with the compound's honesty. He had not gone into the forest to die. He had gone into the forest to let the fragment be destroyed, which required the killing curse. And he had assessed, from the available information, from Dumbledore's research, from his own 6 years of working proximity to the Horcrux mechanics, that the killing curse aimed at a Horcrux's host would destroy the Horcrux, while leaving the host with the specific kind of survivability that his mother's protection had always provided. Not immunity from death, but the specific circumstance of a curse meeting a sacrificial love's counterforce and resolving into something neither of its components intended. He had assessed this and found the probability sufficient. He was aware this was a calculation with significant uncertainty. He walked back. He surfaced in the forest with the specific quality of return that he had felt once before. 1 foot through the veil and back. The body's relationship to threshold crossing establishing a precedent in both directions. He lay on the forest floor for 3 seconds, conducting a comprehensive inventory, breathing, yes. Structural integrity, yes. Scar absent, the burning gone, the fragment's pulse completely and permanently absent, the space where it had been for 17 years simply quiet. Simply empty in the way a healed wound is empty of the thing that was wrong. And then he stood up. He went back to the school. The Battle of Hogwarts in the hours that followed his return was not the Battle of Hogwarts that had been happening while he was in the forest. It was a different kind of engagement, the kind that occurs when the central organizing principle of one side has been disrupted, when the absence of the commander reverberates through the structure, and the structure begins to operate on its own inertia rather than on directed intelligence. The Death Eaters were present, and they were fighting, and some of them were fighting with genuine conviction, and some of them were fighting because the machinery of their commitment hadn't yet caught up with what their senses were telling them about the changed situation. And Harry moved through all of it with the compound's trained efficiency, not fighting more than the moment required, not spending resources on confrontations that the situation would resolve without him. He saved Draco from Gregory Goyle, and then set Draco down and left him somewhere reasonably safe, and kept moving. He got between Ginny and Bellatrix Lestrange because Bellatrix was performing rather than fighting, which was a distinction Harry had identified in the first 40 seconds of their engagement and which had a specific exploitable quality. And because Molly Weasley arrived from the left and performed the most technically precise killing curse Harry had ever observed from that distance, and Bellatrix was ended with a precision that Harry acknowledged with a brief internal note and filed. He found Voldemort in the Great Hall. Not through the scar was quiet, would always now be quiet. The fragment gone and the connection severed, but through the straightforward method of following the sounds of a building being used as a combat space and identifying the center of the combat from its acoustic signature. The way the engagement organized itself around the heaviest point of resistance, Voldemort was at the center. Harry walked toward it. The crowd parted around him in the specific way crowds parted around him when they saw him coming with a particular quality of movement. The quality that the compound's decades had put in him, and that he had never found a way to turn off because it was not a performance but a structural condition. And the space between him and Voldemort cleared of its own accord. Voldemort looked at him. Harry looked at Voldemort. "You survived," Voldemort said. And in his voice, for the first time in every encounter Harry had had with him, in Quirrell's body and in the diary's constructed form and in the graveyard's rebuilt flesh and in the forest's confrontation, there was something that was not fear. Because Voldemort did not experience fear in any ordinary sense, but was fear's structural equivalent in a mind that had organized itself around the impossibility of being defeated, a gap in the architecture, a place where the model did not account for the thing in front of it. "Yes," Harry said. "How? The same way I've survived everything you've tried," Harry said. "The thing in my blood that you put there yourself." Voldemort's face moved through the gap and came out the other side into something that was almost. And Harry found this genuinely interesting, filed it with genuine attention, fury. Not the cold, organized fury of someone whose plan has encountered a setback, but something rower. Something that had in it the quality of a person confronting the specific mechanism of their own design having been turned against them. The specific anguish of finding that the thing they had built to be permanent had been used by someone else as a tool. "You will die," Voldemort said, with his wand raised, and Harry could hear in the phrasing not a prediction but a correction, a reinstatement of the model that the current situation was violating. "That's a different conversation," Harry said. "For now, try it." What followed was not the duel that the great hall's assembled witnesses expected, and would later describe in accounts that Harry would never read, but which would circulate in the wizarding world for decades. Accounts that were consistently more theatrical than the actual event, because the actual event had the specific quality of his engagements, efficient, physical, directed entirely at the problem rather than at the audience the problem was playing out in front of. Voldemort cast. Harry moved inside the cast, inside the distance at which the spell could complete its function before Harry reached the caster. And what he did with Voldemort's wand arm was the refinement of what he had done in the graveyard 3 years ago, built on everything that had developed since the graveyard. The more complete reading of Voldemort's physical patterns, the better understanding of the wand's relationship to the arm that held it, the specific knowledge, hard-won, paid for across 17 years, of exactly where his ceiling was, and exactly how far past it he could reach when the decision had been made. His ceiling had risen considerably since the graveyard. Voldemort's killing curse, redirected through Harry's contact with his wand arm, met the one remaining thing in Voldemort that was itself, the unhorcruxed original, the soul fragment that had not been distributed into objects or hosts, but had remained in the body that rebuilt itself in the graveyard from bone and blood and Wormtail's severed hand. It met it from the inside. The great hall went very quiet. Harry stood in the quiet with his hand burning along the contact line and looked at what had been Voldemort and filed the information that the thing was ended, completely. Finally, the last Horcrux destroyed in the forest, the original soul fragment ended here. With the same precision he had given to every prior data point in 17 years of building the file, and then he breathed and released the grip and stood still. The quiet lasted longer than he expected. When it broke in the specific way of a thing that had been held under significant pressure, releasing in every direction at once. And he let it move through and around him without being particularly in it, which was not coldness but the compound's distance. The learned separation between what was happening around him and what he was experiencing inside it. He looked for Ron and Hermione in the crowd and found them by the specific quality of Ron's red hair in the morning light coming through the great hall's high windows. and he crossed to them and stood beside them and said nothing, and they said nothing. And the three of them stood together in the quiet that was replacing the noise, and it was sufficient. 3 months later, in the late afternoon of an August that was dry and warm in the way Scottish Augusts sometimes managed when they were making an effort, a man arrived at the cottage Harry had taken in Hogsmeade, not Godric's Hollow, not the Borough. Somewhere in between, that had the quality of a space not yet fully inhabited, still deciding what it was, and knocked once on the door. Harry was in the back garden when the knock came. He had heard the footsteps on the lane 40 seconds earlier, and had been tracking them with the low-level attention he gave to everything in his periphery. The periphery that was somewhat quieter now, in the absence of the scar's pulse and the Horcrux's ambient pressure. That had a different texture than it had had for 17 years, a texture he was still calibrating toward, and he had identified the weight and the pace and the specific quality of the approach long before the knock. He went inside and opened the door. Yujiro Hanma had not aged in any way that ordinary aging produced. He had aged in the way that very large geological features aged, through a compression of what they already were into a more concentrated form, the same structure with less excess, more purely itself. He was wearing ordinary clothes, which was both accurate and somehow not quite accurate, the same way descriptions of very extreme natural phenomena are accurate about the dimensions without capturing the quality. He looked at Harry the way he had looked at him across the compound's training space for 18 years. With the attention of someone whose interest in a thing is identical to their respect for it, which in Yujiro was the deepest expression of regard available. He looked at Harry for a long time. Harry looked back. "You finished it," Yujiro said. "Yes, the thing that tried to kill you." "Yes." Yujiro's expression, and this was new. This was outside the catalogue that 18 years had given Harry access to. This was something Harry had not seen in the compound's entire operational history, shifted by a fraction. Not toward warmth exactly. Toward the acknowledgement of a fact that the face's ordinary architecture had not been designed to express, but was attempting to express anyway, working within its constraints. "And you're still here?" "Yes," Harry said. A pause. The veil helped with that understanding. Yujiro said nothing for a moment. Then, "Ready!" Not a question. The same word he had said to Harry across 17 years in 1,000 different contexts. The word that meant the next thing is beginning. The word that opened every escalation, every new parameter, every ceiling that was about to be demonstrated and surpassed. Harry looked at him. He felt the word land the way it had always landed. The way it had landed when he was 3 years old and didn't have language for what it meant, and when he was 9 and the demon back first opened, and when he was 11 and the Hogwarts letter arrived, and every year since. He felt it land in the architecture of himself, in the compound's 17 years of construction, and in the 6 years of what that construction had built, and in everything that the gap between them had produced that neither the compound nor Hogwarts could have produced alone. Ready for what? He said, the question he had always asked. To find out, Yujiro said, if what I built can beat what I am. They walked out into the late August afternoon, which was dry and warm and ordinary in the way that only late summer can manage, the specific ordinariness of a season that knows it's about to end and has accepted this. And they walked until they found a space that was open and flat and had no one in it to be disrupted by what was going to happen in it. And Harry thought, walking, about Yujiro's question, if what I built can beat what I am. He had been thinking about this question for 17 years without knowing he was thinking about it. He had been thinking about it in the compound when the pace increased, and he kept pace. In the chamber when the basilisk went still under his hands. In the graveyard when he closed the grip on Voldemort's wrist and did not let go. In the forest when he walked in completely, having decided the direction, having understood the cost. The question had been the organizing principle of the entire construction, the specific problem that the construction was designed to eventually address. And now he was 18 years old, and he was walking beside the thing that had built him toward the construction's original purpose. And the question was about to receive an answer. He thought about whether he wanted to win. He found, turning the question honestly, that winning was not the right frame. Winning implied that one of them lost, and losing implied a deficit. And what Yujiro's design had always been pointed toward was not deficit in either direction, but the opposite. The specific encounter between two things that had reached a sufficient equivalence that the encounter itself was the point, not the outcome. You did not fight Yujiro Hanma to defeat him. You fought Yujiro Hanma because you had become something that required Yujiro Hanma to fully encounter, and Yujiro Hanma required you in return. And the fight was the thing both of you had been building toward, and neither of you could arrive at from any other direction. The mirror, 6 years ago, had shown him this, two figures in an open space, eyes level, neither speaking. He had thought it was showing him what he wanted. He understood now that it had been showing him what he was building toward, which was different, not a desire but a trajectory, not a hope but a direction already in motion. The mirror had looked at 17 years of compound training and 6 years of what that training had produced in the world, and had shown him the end point that all of it was pointing at, and he had been walking toward it ever since, and had not always known that was what the walking was for. He stopped. Yujiro stopped beside him. They were in a field somewhere, the late afternoon light long and golden across the grass, Scotland in its August best, and it was very quiet. They looked at each other. Yujiro's face had in it, at this proximity, in this light, the thing Harry had been looking for in the catalogue for 18 years and had never found listed, the thing that was not warmth and was not pride and was not the acknowledged equivalence that the mirror had shown him, but was something underneath all of those things, something that all of those things were the expressions of, something that Yujiro's architecture had not been designed to express directly and was expressing now in spite of itself, in the specific inadequacy of a face attempting to say something that its muscles had never been trained for. He had been built by this man. Not loved in any vocabulary the world outside the compound would have recognized as love, but built, comprehensively, architecturally, with the specific attention that the compound brought to everything it produced, which was the attention of something that cared about its outcomes the way a craftsman cared about their work, not warmly but completely. He had been built by this man, and he had gone out into the world and built himself further, into something the compound's original design had pointed at without fully knowing what it was pointing at. And now he was here in this field, and the design's original purpose was standing across from him in the late afternoon light. He thought about his mother's arms in the doorway. He thought about Sirius holding one true thing in the dark. He thought about Dumbledore choosing his ending. He thought about Ron in the frozen water and Hermione in the tent through all the months, and Neville with the sword in the corridor, and what strength was for, and what Yujiro's answer to that had always been, and what his own answer was still resolving into. He thought, the world's strongest is not the end point. The world's strongest is a point on the way to something else. What that something else is I will find out by being it. He looked at Yujiro. Yujiro looked at him. Ready, Harry said, not a question. The word in its original usage. The word that opened things. Yujiro's mouth moved in the specific way of a face that is attempting an expression it has no prior practice with, arriving at it through the unfamiliar musculature required, arriving at something that was not quite a smile and was not quite its absence, something that was truer than either, something that only occurred at the specific convergence of what the compound had designed and what the design had produced, and what the encounter between the two of them was going to be. They fought. The field held it. The August light held it. The grass held the record of their movement in it. Two sets of displacement. Two patterns of pressure and release, not identical but proportionate, responding to each other with the specificity of systems that have been calibrated against each other across a lifetime and have arrived at the same weight from opposite sides. The fight is not the thing to tell, not because it was not significant, but because the significance was not in the telling, was not in the description of what happened to whom and when and at what cost. The significance was in the having of it, in the two sets of footprints in the grass, and the two sets of hands, and the specific quality of the stillness that came after, when the grass had accepted their weight, and the afternoon had finished what it was doing, and the field was quiet. Two sets of footprints going in, two sets of footprints coming out, different directions, not departures but different routes back through the same world, back toward the different things that each of them was and would continue to be. The fight had not resolved into a victor, because the fight had not been structured toward resolution in that direction. It had been structured toward the thing the mirror had shown him at 12 years old, and that he understood now, fully, in the specific completeness of someone who has walked the whole distance to the thing they were shown and arrived and found it accurate. Equivalence. Not sameness, they were not the same thing, but equivalence in the sense that mattered. The sense of being in a space with the most significant opponent of your life and meeting them at full capacity, and finding that the meeting is what you had been building toward, and that the building was the point, that the point was always the building, that what you built was not separate from what you were, but was what you were in the process of becoming, and that the process had no end point but the end points that you chose for it. Harry walked back through the summer evening alone, the field behind him and the cottage ahead of him, and the scar on his forehead silent and permanent, and containing only itself now. The way old wounds contain only their own history when they've finished deciding what shape to take. He thought about what came next. Not Yujiro. Yujiro was not what came next, was not a thing on a list to be completed, was a continuing condition of his existence and of the understanding of his existence. The way certain geological features were not in the landscape, but were the landscape. The thing everything else was arranged around. He thought about what came next for himself, specifically. The world that was still there, the ministry that required reform, the people who had lived in the shadow of a war for a generation and were now in the early stages of learning what it meant to live without the shadow. The students in a school he had spent 6 years in and understood better than most of its alumni, because he had read it with the compound's attention rather than simply attending it. He thought about Hermione's plans and Ron's plans, and the plans of a dozen other people whose trajectories had intersected with his long enough that their forward direction was partly determined by where the intersection had been. The way courses are set by landmarks, and not only by destinations. He thought about Neville with the sword. Neville, who had been told the wrong things about his ceiling for the first 11 years of his life, and had spent the next 7 years discovering that the ceiling was elsewhere entirely, much higher, in a place that the original telling had not been able to see. He thought about what it meant to build something in a person, what it meant to do it right. He thought about the compound and what it had given him and what it had cost, and whether he would have built it differently if he had been the builder. He found that the question did not resolve into a clear answer, which was the most honest thing he had found in a long time. Not everything resolved. Not every question completed its circuit, and the ones that didn't were not failures but ongoing conditions. Things you lived beside rather than through. He opened the cottage door. The evening was inside, quiet, the ordinary quiet of a space that was still deciding what it was, that had not yet had enough history in it to feel finished. He was 18 years old. He had, by any reasonable accounting, an enormous amount of building still to do. He thought about this with the specific interior quality that the compound had trained into him 17 years ago, and that the world had deepened, and that the fight in the August field had resolved into a particular clarity. The clarity that came from having done the thing you had been building toward for as long as you could remember, and finding that it was not an end but a turn, a place where the direction you had been traveling changed its relationship to itself without changing the traveling. He sat down. He thought, what next? And because he was who he was, built by the compound and built further by 6 years in a school that had never known what to do with him, and built further by 17 years of a problem that had required him to become exactly what he was to solve it, The thinking had the quality of arrival, of a thing settling into the position it had been moving toward, and the position was not an end but a beginning, the specific beginning that only came after sufficient construction, after the foundation had been laid deep enough to support what would eventually be built above it. He did not know what would be built above it, he found, turning this over in the evening quiet, that the not knowing was not empty. It was full of the thing it was about to become. He waited to find out what that was. Outside, the August evening settled into dark. The field was somewhere behind him, the grass pressed into the record of two sets of footprints. Two patterns of pressure and release, settling slowly back to its ordinary configuration, the way all records of significant events eventually settle, not erased, but incorporated, become part of the structure of the thing that held them. The scar on his forehead was quiet. For the first time in his life, there was nothing in it but the scar. He breathed. He went on,